I'm going to order this hearing. This is a public hearing. Double checking. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, November 21st, 2023. The time is 2:24 in the afternoon. And this hearing is being conducted largely virtually, but we are in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building for anybody who wants to join us here. And the subject of today's hearing is two bills. Bill 25-200 entitled Educator Retention for Student Success Act of 2023, which was introduced on March 15th of this year by Councilmember Robert White and co-introduced by a number of other council members. The second bill that is the subject of today's hearing is Bill 25-499 entitled Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act of 2023. This bill was introduced on September 26th of this year by Councilmember Henderson and co-introduced by a number of other council members. The stated purpose of Bill 25-200, again, the Educator Retention for Student Success Act of 2023, is to require District of Columbia Public Schools, or DCPS, and the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE, to adopt a series of measures to improve teacher retention. The legislation would require DCPS to provide wellness coordinators at schools with high at-risk populations, to conduct exit surveys for teachers leaving the profession. It would require OSSE to convene a task force to determine fair paraprofessional pay and establish a flexible scheduling pilot program. I should note that the fiscal year 2024 Budget Support Act, which the council adopted in May and June of this year, has already mandated that DCPS begin conducting exit surveys. And that legislation also established a flexible scheduling program as a pilot. The stated purpose of Bill 25-499 is to establish a loan repayment assistance program for educators. The program would be administered by OSSE in consultation with the Student Loan Ombudsman. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close on Tuesday, December 5th at 5 p.m. Again, anyone who wishes to submit testimony, comments, statements for the record, which we will look at, has for 2 weeks. That is 5 p.m. Tuesday, December 5th, 2023. There are a number of members of the committee who are here. I believe I have the correct order that they arrived. Councilmember Parker, you were first, followed by Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Parker, do you have an opening statement?
I will be brief. I'm really looking forward to today's hearing as the council continues to take up the matter of educator retention in the district. Many years ago, it was the State Board of Education that first highlighted this as an area of concern, and the council has been pushing forward with a number of strategies. I'm a proud co-sponsor on both of the bills before us today. I'm especially excited around the innovative nature of both, including finding ways to help educators beat back the burden of student loan debt. And so looking forward to all those testifying as we continue to do everything we can to keep our educators in the classroom. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Nadeau, you'll be followed by Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today to show my support for both bills being considered, the Educator Retention for Student Success Act and the Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act. First, I want to say thank you to our public school and charter school teachers. You all work a tireless and thankless job. The teachers know best about their own needs, and I want you to know that council has your back. To our paraprofessionals, thank you. You too work tirelessly to make the wheels on the bus go round and are given little appreciation and not enough compensation. With respect to the first bill, I want to point out that DC has the highest turnover rate of teachers in the country. According to data released by OSSE earlier this year, 30% of teachers left their schools last year, and that's up from 26% the year before and 19% the year before that. These numbers paint a grim picture of teacher retention. This issue also has a direct effect on taxpayers' money. Educator turnover comes at a high cost. It costs about $20,000 to replace each teacher. That equals millions of dollars that could be better spent on schools and students. Not to mention, our teachers are still operating in the aftermath of a pandemic. Teachers have come out collectively and told the council they're struggling with burnout and leaving the profession they love. They told us they need paid mental health days and flexible scheduling. This bill is going to do that. Upon reviewing the executive's testimony, there's an argument being made that guaranteeing mental health days and the establishment of a task force on paraprofessional compensation would essentially encroach on the collective bargaining agreements with the respective unions and should be left up to them. The unions disagree. I disagree. The government established laws, and that includes setting the floor for things like a minimum of 2 paid mental health days. Therefore, the executive is incorrect. The bill will strengthen the union in negotiations. I'd also like to state my support for the task force to study paraprofessional compensation. Although the government can't set the pay rate, the issue must be studied. This is long overdue. With respect to the second bill, the Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act, student loan repayments for teachers is necessary legislation. The average student loan debt in the district is $54,000, which is in the range of the average salary of a teacher at $63,000, according to salary.com. This doesn't include the extremely high cost of living in DC. Even more, the inequity gets worse when you include age and race in the analysis. This means our teachers are in debt and can't save money. They shouldn't have to teach under immense economic stress. I support the legislation, and I think it should go further to expand the eligibility requirements. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Fruman, who will be followed by Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I too am a proud co-introducer of both of these bills. The topics of teacher retention, teacher wellness, we have 2 enormously high priorities that we need to be pursuing. The state board, as Councilmember Parker said, has played a lead role on these issues, and it is great that the council is picking up on them. I look forward to hearing the testimony on the first bill. I think that I do not doubt there are ways that we can improve it, but I think this is a very important initiative. I look forward to hearing from many on that subject. On the student loan bill, again, an enormously important priority, not just for teachers, but here we're focused on teachers, and it can, I think the representative from OSSI in her testimony spoke about what an important recruitment tool it can be if we have this kind of a program in place. And I think that's true. We need to make the district the most attractive place in the country to teach, and then we need to make sure our teachers are well and that we keep them. So I look forward to hearing the testimony today.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Robert White, who will be followed by Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman, for holding the hearing on these 2 bills that are crucial to retaining dedicated educators in the district. My bill, the Educator Retention for Student Success Act of 2023, and Councilmember Henderson's bill, Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act of 2023. The teacher workforce is weakening because the management and retention models are decades outdated. It's strictly top down, it's command and control. It doesn't survey why people leave to solve for those issues and do better attracting and retaining professionals. And it doesn't include the workforce in its evaluation tools, namely impact. This is a recipe for killing the workforce slowly, and it's the reason that most workforces have moved in a different direction over the past couple of decades. Recruiting and keeping good teachers benefits students the most. Consistent, stable adults who return year after year foster environments of trust and safety that allow for academic, social, and emotional growth. My educator retention bill focuses on retaining educators by supporting their well-being and specific needs, such as teacher wellness programs, mental health days, and flexible schedules. It also requires DCPS to post annual educator exit survey results so the district can better understand why our teachers leave. Earlier this year, Council passed and funded 2 pieces of my bill in the fiscal year 24 budget, the flexible schedule pilot for 12 schools and DCPS educator exit survey. I'm grateful to you, Mr. Chairman, and your staff for collaborating with me to get this done, and grateful to Empower Ed and all the work that they have done to raise teachers' voices. Today, We're here to discuss the remaining parts of the Educator Retention for Student Success Act. There are three essential parts of the bill that are yet to be addressed. First, the bill will give teachers 2 paid mental health days because it's necessary. Educators have consistently highlighted in surveys and reports that they need mental health days. The Washington Teachers Union has expressed that having mental health days will help the district recruit and retain teachers and offer a more competitive employment package in the region. Second, the bill establishes wellness coordinators in priority schools to tackle the unique challenges faced by educators and students. By integrating wellness initiatives into the daily fabric of these schools, teachers can strengthen healthy coping mechanisms and avoid burnout in the classroom. Third, the bill creates a paraprofessional compensation task force for addressing low pay among paraprofessionals. The president of the Paraprofessionals Union shared with my office that these valuable members of our workforce have not received a pay increase since 2017 and are making $20,000 to $40,000 a year. While the district offers relatively better pay to paraprofessionals compared to other jurisdictions, the salary has not kept up with inflation and the cost of living in DC, according to the Economic Policy Institute. The recommended living wage for an adult with 1 child living in DC is $78,000. And 6 years of no pay adjustments is a long time. We must take steps to establish a regionally competitive pay schedule and ensure a living wage for our paraprofessionals. I've read Ossie's testimony, the testimony of Assistant Superintendent Ross, who suggests that some of these provisions may hamstring teachers and the union in negotiations for compensation and supports. I want to clarify, we set floors, not ceilings, and I think that is appropriate and consistent with both local and federal law. But I do look forward to engaging with public witnesses and with our government witness to make sure we're doing as much as we can to make sure we are attracting and retaining the strongest educators. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I am a proud co-sponsor of both legislations today. I strongly believe that if you want to keep the best teachers, treat them like they are the best. Few teachers leave an environment where they feel valued, supported, appreciated, and treated like professionals, which is why these legislations are so important. A few things I appreciate are the inclusion of a required exit survey that is a result to be made by public. This will help by improving our retention efforts moving forward and let us know what we're doing wrong so that we can get it right. I think it's so important that we are talking about our paraprofessionals who, like Councilmember Nadeau said, keep the wheels rolling also. This is a great step forward to a group of individuals who do incredibly lot for our school communities, for our teachers, and especially for our students and their families. It is so important that we take a look at mental health support. And our teachers oftentimes experience burnout because they're doing jobs. A lot of them are doing more jobs than they should be doing because we don't have the necessary supports in schools as it relates to school-based mental health support, which we as a council are tackling. But until we tackle those things, our teachers are there on the front lines tackling them every single day. And so giving them the support they need and the wellness that they need is going to be critical as we move forward. The council has already done the work in funding flexible scheduling pilot program. This is a step forward. It not only helps with retention, but it also attracts more teachers to our area, which we greatly need. I think this is a step forward in the right direction. I've talked about student debt in so many ways in the District of Columbia, as many people who we have experiencing student debt, but our teachers should not have to worry about student debt as they are educating our future generation. And to have that anxiety and stress and financial burden, along with the burden that they already carry, is something we need to address. We know that the brunt of that falls on Black women and brown women in the District of Columbia as it relates to both student loan debt and also as it relates to paraprofessionals and fair wages. So this is a ability for us to right the wrongs of the past and make sure we're moving forward in an equitable way forward. So I will end by saying this: the future of our students are tied to the future of our teachers. Let's get both of these legislations marked up, passed, and funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. And with that, let me see. Let's proceed with witnesses. I'm going to call the first 11 witnesses. That's page 1 of the witness list. Robert Henderson, who is an elected representative on the State Board of Education from Ward 5. Fraser O'Leary, who is an elected representative on the State Board of Education from Ward 4. Gracie Obuchowicz, who's with Empower Ed. Anthony Harris, who's listed as a school-based clinician at Roosevelt State High School. Regina Bell, who's General Vice President, Washington Teachers Union. Joanna Ulseth, who is with Berea Public Charter School. Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, who's President of the Washington Teachers Union. Marla Dean, who's Chair of the Ward 7 Education Council. Robin Appleberry. Salim Adolfo, who's listed as a public witness, but I know he's an ANC commissioner. And Caroline Pryor, who's listed as Empower Ed. I think the 2 Empower Ed witnesses are probably associated with or members of Empower Ed. We have a lot of witnesses, so you all are going to be on a 3-minute clock. And if you're in gallery view, you can see the clock. It's probably in the top row. Please be mindful of the time. Mr. Henderson, you're first. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you for convening this hearing and to all the other council members who came out in support. My name is Robert Henderson. I'm the Ward 5 member on the State Board of Education. These views are my own and do not represent the views of the board as a whole. I'm also the parent of 2 DC students who have experienced the disruption and disorientation of teachers leaving mid-year, including one who is currently on his 5th social studies teacher this year. Yesterday, we talked about school improvement efforts. Research suggests that stability and continuity among teachers and school leaders are among the most important in-school factors contributing to school improvement. The components of the Educator Retention for Student Success Act of 2023 would go a long way towards supporting improvement in DC schools. Unfortunately, the converse is also true. If we continue to lose our teachers, we will struggle. Ultimately, we will not be able to accomplish the goals we have for our students if we can't support and retain our teachers. Teachers do incredibly important and incredibly difficult and taxing work. I support the provision of mental health leave for district educators. I suggest that it apply to public charter school teachers as well. The same is true about the provision of wellness coordinators. When I first learned about the work that MedStar Wise is doing in 30 or so of our schools across the district, I could think only one thing. Why don't we have this for every school? So I hope we can learn from the experiences and successes in schools that have partnered with WISE, Empower Ed, and other organizations to broaden the reach of wellness programs as far as possible. I support the establishment of a fair professional compensation task force. Paraprofessionals play an important part in classrooms, supporting lead teachers, making their working conditions more manageable, and often are the ones supporting the students who need the most attention. These paraprofessionals deserve fair compensation. Students and other teachers benefit from stability and continuity in these roles as well. And I would add that substitute teachers play similar roles and likewise need to be fairly compensated. Teachers have indicated that flexible scheduling could be an important factor in increasing retention. We should continue to support experimentation and flexible scheduling and evaluate the results. We would benefit from charter teachers completing an exit survey as well as DCPS teachers. And I'll conclude saying we have had several years of discussions, surveys, and testimonies in which teachers have told us what would help increase retention. And this bill takes direct, practical steps to address many of those concerns. I hope that the council will move quickly to pass this legislation and work to ensure that it is funded as needed. I hope that soon the council can also address the DCPS evaluation system, which teachers have also indicated as a significant driver of turnover. Thank you again for your attention to the issue of teacher retention. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Fraser O'Leary.
Good morning, council members. I'm Fraser O'Leary, the Ward 4 representative and Vice President of the State Board of Education, and these views are my own. 6 years ago, I ran for my position on the State Board of Education with the topic of retaining our teacher workforce as a major one in my conversations with Ward 4 residents. As someone who spent 47 years as an English teacher in DCPS and never thought of leaving, you might think that I might not be a reliable narrator about the city's ongoing problem with close to 20% of our teacher workforce leaving every year. However, during my time as a teacher, I was able to observe a dramatic change in our educator workforce that began when the mayor took control of the public education system. When the impact rating system began, teachers were evaluated by so-called master educators, some of whom didn't even teach the subject that they were evaluating. Teachers felt betrayed, and some decided, since they were eligible for retirement, to leave to enter a less punitive environment. The impact that the impact system made was a seismic one. The number of veteran teachers who left the system in the last 10 years has not only changed the way that our system looks, much younger and much less experienced, but has left the system lacking mentors. Every experienced teacher knows how mentors were to them at the beginning of their career and became the key to their longevity. As the council looks at how we keep our teachers in our schools, please don't forget how important mentoring programs are to our teachers' success. The state board and OSSE are now working on the revision of the DC report card, which will allow our community to see the positive aspects of each school and how any school that needs improvement can gain support from the system to reach a common goal that allows our children to become successful contributors to our city and beyond. I feel that the report card should follow a praise them and raise them philosophy when addressing our schools. And I know that our teachers need that same kind of positive reinforcement from our system so that we can stop losing our young educators and give them the tools they need to stay with us and become the mentors of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. I do not have a copy of your statement. If you would provide it, please.
I will do that. I'm having technical difficulties doing it, but I'll get it to you.
Thank you. Gracie Obushewitz, and did I come close?
Obuhovich. Yeah, not too bad. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Gracie Obuhovich. I'm a Ward 5 resident, the mother of 2 children who go to Burroughs Elementary School, and the director of Educator Wellness for Empower Ed. So over the past 8 years, I've worked with over 20 DC public and public charter schools on the implementation of educator wellness programming, including spending the last 2 years implementing the OSSE Technical Assistant Grant in 5 partner schools where we created comprehensive educator wellness programming within each school designed for educator morale and retention. So at this point, I have spoken with hundreds, if not thousands, of educators in DC. I speak to them through formal surveying, through organized focus groups, at professional development workshops, and through informal conversations. My whole job is essentially listening to educators, identifying common themes, and amplifying their feedback into programming and policy change. Thus, I feel I am qualified to share with the council what I'm hearing over and over from educators at all grade levels, subject matter, DCPS, public charter, you name it. Educators and other school staff members are burning out. They've always been given too little and asked for too much, but dealing with the COVID-related impacts on students and families, as well as the rising rates of violence in our DC community, is putting them over the edge. Instead of proactively supporting educators through this time of upset and transition, it seems like many education leaders and decision makers only expect more of educators in terms of outcomes. Educators are being asked to process the deaths of students to gun violence without enough mental health clinicians in their schools to support these traumatic moments. They are struggling to motivate their students to go through yet another round of testing while fearing for their own professional well-being through the punitive impact evaluation system. On top of that, most days educators have to give up their planning periods to cover classes because there aren't enough adults in the school buildings for educators to get a break. They can't take time to go to a doctor's appointment during the day or see their own children perform in holiday assemblies or academic fairs. To say they are unable to achieve work-life balance is putting it too lightly. Even further, when educators tell us about the challenges of their jobs and the ways that things could be better for them, they also tell us how little anyone really listens to them. Even when they are asked for feedback, they are rarely met with any form of proactive change, something this council is guilty of and I hope will change. So this is why teachers are leaving. They're overwhelmed, they aren't being listened to or valued as professionals. At this point, many educators have been ignored for so long that they don't believe the system can change. So even though they love their students and teaching itself, they are leaving. So this is bleak, but the good news is with some time and attention and a willingness from school leaders, we have been able to see some really meaningful changes in our partner schools. And this is as small as setting up trauma-informed professional development and as big as these flexible schedules. In our partner schools, you've heard this feedback that our partnerships are the first sign of positive change that so many people have been able to see, and it's giving them a reason to stay. I think the Educator Retention Act for Student Success is a great way to start creating these changes at the systemic level in DC. We need to uplift the wellness coordinator position, implement staff mental health days, and provide educator wellness technical assistance for schools. These policy changes will make this job workable for teachers who really want the system to be better for everyone. If we want to care for our students and make education a human-centered enterprise, we have to care for the people caring for those students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Obuchovic. Next is Anthony Harris. I mispronounced that too, I'm sure. Antoine Harris.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you so much. You did a perfect job with my name, by the way. I wanted to start off by thanking members of the council for allowing this opportunity. I wanted to be noted that these views are mine as a school-based mental health clinician. So again, good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Antoine Harris, and I'm a newly hired school social worker at Roosevelt State Opportunity Academy. I have the pleasure of waking up every day and working with some of the most brilliant and innovative educators in the world. However, the work we do at Roosevelt State can be physically and emotionally exhausting. Working in one of the district's only alternative education program has its own set of unique challenges, which includes many scholars struggling with lack of basic resources, housing instability, and a lengthy history of traumatic life events. However, despite the magnitude of challenges our scholars face, they show up day in and day out. This is hugely due to the dedication of educators and support staff at our state. We place a priority on building relationships, modeling positive behaviors, and meeting our students where they are. However, the daily stories we hear from our students about the issues plaguing our city, communities, scholars comes at a cost. As a licensed mental health clinician with the focus on minority mental health, I know firsthand the negative implications of vicarious trauma. It can lead to burnout, insomnia, anxiety, and much more. That's why I'm in full support of Bill 25-200. However, I would like to take a second to acknowledge some key points within the bill where I feel as though it could be improved upon. One, allowing full-time educators at least 24 hours of mental health leave per school year. I know the current bill recommends 16 or more, but I would emphasize that 16 is a great start, but 24 I think will be ideal, at least 24. Allocating funds for wellness coordinators for all schools. I know the bill incorporates starting off at 25, but I would love for that to expand. 3, allowing school administrators for flexibility regarding scheduling. 4, adding permanent funding for OSSE educators, technical assistant grants. Me personally, I've worked with Empower Ed this year and they've done an amazing job with supporting us. Also, I want the council to take into account that there's a current nationwide shortage of educators and social workers. The dedicated educators who show up with our record high 51,000 students show up because we care about the mission of DCPS. So now is the time for care for our educators. And again, we're working on an expired contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Regina Bell.
Thank you, Chairman. Easy name for you there. Good afternoon, council members and staff. My name is Regina Bell, General Vice President of the WTU. I'm here in support of two bills, the Educator Retention for Student Success Act and Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act 2023. Thank you for recognizing and addressing the teacher retention crisis and its correlation to student success. DCPS has the highest turnover rate in the country. I am sure you are all aware that DCPS also has a teacher evaluation system like no other school system. Can't help but think there's a direct correlation there as well. Teaching is a stressful job. DCPS's high stakes testing, punitive evaluation system and the pandemic have exacerbated the situation. Teachers are looking for a work-life balance, which is unfortunately hard to achieve with the demands DCPS places on teachers. Just last week, an ambulance was called for a teacher who was having a panic attack. Another teacher had to go to the doctor because their blood pressure spiked. These situations exemplify why teachers need at least 2 mental health days. When teachers are stressed, not only is their health compromised, but students show lower levels of both social adjustment and academic performance. The WTU supports a wellness coordinator who is part of the WTU's bargaining unit in the schools with a high number of at-risk students and high teacher turnover rate. The bill also establishes a paraprofessional compensation task force. Paraprofessionals are essential workers who play a critical role in schools for their work supporting student learning, yet they are woefully underpaid. The flexible scheduling pilot program is another part of the bill that will give school communities the ability to be creative and innovative in meeting teachers and students' needs. The WTU should be part of any working group established in that for these flexible scheduling. The bill requires DCPS to release exit survey results, which could be the start of establishing the root cause analysis of teacher turnover crisis. The exit survey should gather both qualitative and quantitative data, so an in-depth analysis of the data can be conducted and inform DCPS's practices. The purpose of Bill 25-499 is to establish a loan repayment assistance program for educators. Studies have shown that students of color have better outcomes, perform better on standardized tests, have improved attendance, and are suspended less frequently when they have at least one same-race teacher. Data indicates that women and Black adults have more student debt than their white counterparts. OSSE's report indicates that nearly 85% of the students are Black, yet only 65% of teachers are Black. While the goal of the bill is to address equity gaps in financial burden of teachers, I hope a residual effect would be to have more Black students have teachers who look like them. It was almost a year ago that Mayor Bowser said, "We love our teachers and we want Washington, D.C. to be the #1 city for teachers, a city where teachers stay at their schools and live in our city." The WTU lauds those goals and wants to support the mayor reach those goals. Enacting these two bills would help Washington, D.C. become the teacher city that the mayor envisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Johanna Alseth.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Johanna Alseth, and I'm the Wellness and Family Engagement Manager at a public charter in DC, serving families in wards 1, 4, and 5. I stand before you not only as a wellness professional, but also as a former educator who deeply understands the challenges our teachers and school staff members face on a daily basis. Although I've worked at my school for 6 years, this will be my 3rd year in this role as a wellness manager. This position was created in response to observing and experiencing the difficulties that our staff and students were facing during the pandemic, and realizing that we needed to elevate our wellness approaches and programming to take care of our students and support and protect our staff members. I'm here today to support Bill 25-200 and emphasize the critical role of designated wellness coordinators and advocate for their presence in at-risk educational institutions across our great city. We know that education is more than just academics. It's about fostering an environment that supports the holistic development of both students and staff. As a wellness coordinator, I've had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the transformative power of prioritizing well-being within the school community. As an educator, I know that school staff members have so much on their plates. Our leadership teams, our teachers, our administrators have many competing responsibilities and priorities. Creating a dedicated wellness coordinator role can make a resounding difference in addressing these challenges and make sure that school well-being stays at the forefront. A wellness coordinator serves as a vital resource and support system, spearheading wellness initiatives and programs designed specifically for our educators and students. During the pandemic, in collaboration with others, we created a wellness group to bring diverse staff members together to discuss strategies to develop a whole school approach to wellness. Many ideas emerged from this group and motivated us to apply for the Aussie Educator Wellness Technical Assistance Grant to strengthen these efforts. With the help of our partner organization, we were able to build a comprehensive wellness plan that focused on 5 pillars identified by staff through surveys, including building community, mental health support, improved communication and working conditions, such as more planning time and PTO. We were able to create wellness corners, spaces where teachers can decompress and reset during the workday, prioritize professional development around topics such as vicarious trauma, and partner with other community organizations to offer resources and support. We've been able to make meaningful changes, both big and small, that have created a more uplifting, healthy, and positive environment for staff and students in and out of the classroom. A wellness coordinator plays a crucial role in promoting mental health and emotional well-being among students. In schools with an at-risk student population, students often face unique challenges that impact their emotional well-being, hindering their ability to thrive academically and in their communities. Through our wellness coordinator role, we've been able to offer wellness programming for our students every day, and they've shared that they have the opportunity to feel connected with their peers, reduce stress, and cultivate resilience. In conclusion, the dedication of a wellness coordinator in schools is pivotal in attending to the unique needs of students and staff members. By prioritizing their well-being, we can foster an environment that supports academic success, nurtures individuals, and empowers our school community. Thank you for your time and commitment to the well-being of our communities.
Thank you, Ms. Olseth. Jacqueline Pogue Lyons.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, my name is Jacqueline Pogue Lyons. I'm president of the Washington Teachers Union, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the Educator Retention for Student Success Act and the Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act. Teachers are the foundation of our educational system and the most important in-school factor that contributes to student learning. DCPS suffers from some of the highest teacher turnover in the nation, preventing teachers from building relationships with their students and ties to their community. According to a report by the DC State Board of Ed, DC has the highest teacher attrition rate than any other urban school system. Unfortunately, our city's educators don't feel supported. They don't feel valued. It is the hope of the Washington Teachers Union that key provisions of the bills being discussed here today can help, though we should also pay attention to the impact of the district impact evaluation system, and a contract being signed on time would also have an impact in reducing turnover across DC public schools. Given the limitations on time, I want to spend most of my time discussing the WTU's position on flexible scheduling. I will also highlight a few additional key provisions of both bills. First, the WTU has long been on the record for recommending flexible scheduling. Flexible schedules allow educators more time to work individually with students as well as prepare for classes. It is a proven way to tackle burnout and address conflicts that arise between the demands of an educator's professional and personal lives. The WTU is grateful that the pilot was largely funded in last year's budget. The success of these programs hinges upon their implementation and engagement with communities. Given that the union's involvement is critical to the success of the pilot and expansion beyond the initial sites, the WTU believes that engagement and communication plans also contain a focus on educating educators and school-based staff about the programs in addition to family and students. The WTU president or her designee should be a part of the working group established under this act. The WTU would also like to note that currently any non-traditional schedules must be considered by the school SCAT and approved by 2/3 of the school's faculty under the provisions contained in the current WTU contract. The WTU also stands in support of efforts to codify and expand the role that school wellness coordinators can play across the city. The WTU is also strongly in favor of providing each educator at least 2 explicit mental health days, and in addition to other benefits currently in the WTU's contract. The legislation would also create and should be supported a paraprofessional compensation task force to study and make proposals to implement appropriate pay scales for paraprofessionals. Again, the WTU stands in support of this position of the proposed legislation. And lastly, the WTU would also like to thank the council for consideration of the Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act. The WTU would like time to fully study the proposal, but we believe the student loan forgiveness is vital strategy to attract new educators to the district. Thank you for giving me this time today.
Thank you, Ms. Poglians. Marla Dean. Robin Appleberry.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Robin Appleberry. I'm a parent and community member in Ward 4. My children have attended our neighborhood public schools, including Powell, McFarland, and Coolidge for over 9 years, and we have several years still to come. I'm here to support Bill 250499 and Bill 25200, both with modifications. I'll focus my remarks on the former, but I also strongly endorse Bill 25200 and ask that you strengthen it by requiring more specific exit survey questions and permanently funding educator wellness TA grants. I ask that the council schedule an immediate markup and vote for each of these bills. With respect to Bill 250499, I strongly support this legislation because I continue to see firsthand the extraordinary impact of individual DC educators and the continued undermining of that impact by financial hardship. I've watched educators work to hold up the sky for our children, somehow managing to serve as instructors, social workers, crisis responders, nurses, safety technicians, and even plumbers and light carpenters. I've also watched some of them break under the strain. Remarkably, it's not the work itself, but the inability to live securely while doing it. I've known many educators forced to move out of DC, sometimes with commutes of more of an hour or more each way, simply to find a safe place to live. Every year, I hear desperate inquiries from within our school communities asking if we know of any housing that might allow a teacher to serve the local school without having to choose between groceries and student loan payments. This bill seeks to attract and retain educators by providing certain student loan repayment assistance. This is a good step forward, but there is a disconnect between its objectives and its provisions. For example, the bill's income cap is so low that most educators would not be eligible, and the timeline for educational enrollment further limits relief. The bill also guarantees a diminished impact over time by capping income eligibility without growth for inflation or appropriately rising salaries. I urge the council to address these weaknesses. I know budgets are limited, and as you weigh the importance of this particular spending, I urge you to consider your own childhood. Do you remember the 1 or 2 educators who saw you, who really saw you, and helped you believe that you were worthy of love and capable of anything? Could they have done that if they'd been struggling under the weight of economic insecurity? Could they have been there at all? For all these reasons, it's vital that the council schedule a markup and vote and strengthen the bill as described. You've clearly recognized this need. I urge you to meet the moment with stronger action for a real and enduring impact on our educators, our children, and the entire city for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Appleberry. Salim Adolfo. Marla Dean.
Thank you. I'm here.
Please
Okay.
proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Council Chairman. I am here to testify for the Educator Retention Act of 2023. I am Dr. Marla Dean, and I am the chair of the Ward 7 Education Council. I am going to just outline a few thoughts on a few of the issues. First of all, I would like to support this bill specifically around the paid mental health leave. I think this is a very important baseline to establish for our educators, to let them know that we care, that we believe in their wellness. And while some may feel like this is not the place for the council to intervene, I think sending this very strong signal is an important sign to educators in this district that the city is behind them, care about their wellness, and is committed to it. I also, as a member of other task force on compensation, would strongly encourage the council to take up the paraprofessional compensation task force. I think it's really important to have testimony, to examine this issue, to really understand it deeply, because this is an important role in education, and they also deserve compensation upon which they can live on. I would also like to support the DCPS exit survey and have it extended to charter schools. I think it's really important to understand why our educators are leaving their schools or the field, so that we can establish and make policies to support them going forward. And then finally, when it comes to the payment of student loans, I really want you to think about how this can be used as an opportunity to support specifically Native Washingtonians coming into the field. We know from the Washington Post that in Urban Institute, that there's a tremendous racial wealth gap in this city, in this area. And so I think this is a way to reduce some of the issues of wealth gaps in the district. Specifically, we know that African Americans with advanced degrees have about the same wealth as their white peers who only have a high school diploma. So I think this is an opportunity to really support Native Washingtonians and say that we're going to target student loan forgiveness to those residents, and welcome them to the field, build their wealth, and keep them in the community as role models for children. Thank you. And this is my testimony. I appreciate your time, and happy holidays to you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Happy holidays back. We don't have a copy of your statement. If you would provide that, please.
I will send it in. Thank you.
I called Salima Dofo, who I believe is not here. Caroline Pryor.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Caroline Pryor. I am testifying today in my capacity as lead organizer with Empower Ed. Although I did not teach in DC, I saw firsthand the extremely high teacher turnover rates, which troubled my school community and the direct impact it had on school resources, teacher wellness, and most importantly, our students' sense of stability. I'm here today to support both of these bills with changes, and to ask that council schedule an immediate markup and vote for both bills. Our executive director, Scott Goldstein, will speak on the urgent need for the educator retention bill, as well as opportunities to extend its scope. But for the remainder of my testimony, I will turn to the student loan repayment assistance for educators bill. Currently, educators are hard pressed to remain in a profession for which salaries cannot cover the debts undertaken to enter the field. There's enormous opportunity for a student loan relief plan to act as an attractive retention measure, but as it is written, Bill 25-499 will exclude the vast majority of teachers whom we wish to retain in the classroom. In particular, I will focus on 3 eligibility requirements that we must amend. First, we have concerns over the restrictive income ceiling. The salary cap is $75,000 or $95,000 in household income for joint filers. Given that the average teacher salary in DC is $100,000, this excludes a massive swath of our educators, including nearly every educator in a 2-income household. The bill does not appear to make eligibility provisions for salary increases over the course of program enrollment, for inflation, which may eventually price out more beneficiaries, or for future contract negotiations, which may render the salary cap even more limiting. So it appears the bill targets a very small group of novice teachers at the very bottom of the pay scales. But although these teachers are also the least able to afford to live in the communities in which they work, DC residency is another eligibility requirement. In other words, the bill excludes the many teachers who choose to work in our district schools, but must live outside DC limits to attain a manageable cost of living. And the final missed opportunity, this is a proactive bill, but not one that meets a current retention crisis. It will capture very few educators presently in the classroom because these teachers must also be enrolled in a higher institution after January 1st, 2024. In effect, they must either be currently pursuing a degree while in the classroom or not yet have their higher degree. Student teachers are more likely to be rewarded by this bill than those who have spent decades in the classroom. We applaud that the goal of this bill is to retain effective educators, and particularly our young educators of color, our Black educators. But we must also acknowledge that the eligibility requirements are so prohibitive, the bill is likely to retain no more than a handful of educators and almost none who are currently working in our schools. The bill leads us to ask, is it better to have a deep impact for just a few or to provide relief to many committed educators? Overwhelmingly, our teachers support the latter. Bill 25499 has the opportunity to rework its eligibility requirements so that many more teachers may receive the amazing benefits of this program, even if it means only partial loan relief. We urge Council to schedule a markup and vote for both of these bills in reflection of the urgency of our teacher retention crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to have a round of 5-minute questions for each council member if they have questions. I have a few. Mr. Henderson, you mentioned, I don't think it was in your statement, but you mentioned that your child is on their 5th social studies teacher. Could you elaborate?
Yes, so the original teacher, a permanent teacher, left due to some personal reasons very soon after the start of the school year. And it's very difficult to hire someone to take a full position at that point in the school year. And so the stopgap fill-ins are also not especially well equipped to be thrown into the classroom. And so a few of those came and quickly went.
And that's all this school year?
Yeah, that was all this school year. They do now have someone who's supposed to be a long-term solution.
Thank you. Miss Bell, Regina Bell, with the simple name. How do you know, you said as a statement of fact that the district has the highest turnover rate in the country. How do you know that?
I can't, I'd have to look through my sources to see where I read that.
Okay. I mean, I didn't ask the question to argue with it, but I'd sort of like to know if it's the highest rate or one of the highest rates. So if you find your source, would you let me know?
Okay, I will.
We have another hearing next week, as you know, on turnover. Mr. O'Leary, you taught in the system for a few years. I won't say how many. In your experience, would you say the turnover is greater today than it was when you started? Now, this is sort of anecdotal, but try to be as accurate as you can. Would you say it's greater today than it was, let's say, 10 or 15 years ago?
Yes. And I think that it started, when I started teaching many, many years ago, I was like an anomaly because I was young. Now, if you go into the schools, and I do all the time, you don't see any people, well, there's nobody my age, but you know, there's hardly anybody my age that's still walking around, I guess. But the schools, once Fenty took over as mayor and took over the school system, and Michelle Rhee came in and talked about there were no good teachers in the District of Columbia. A lot of people took that to heart and left. The people who were younger than I, but my peers at Cardozo, I'll use that as an example. A lot of the veteran teachers left. When I go back to Cardozo right now, I think there are 4 teachers that were at Cardozo 6 years ago. I retired 6 years ago. And they're all young teachers. And the people left because the system wanted to get rid of their salaries. And there were a lot of veteran teachers that went to other districts around here in the metropolitan area because of the impact system. I'm a firm believer that when we did our survey at the state board, that was 3 years ago, we found that the number one reason why teachers left was the impact system.
Right, now you're gonna use up all my time.
I'm sorry,
I'll stop. Don't need to do that. No, you're helpful here. I'm gonna ask you this though. So the turnover is greater today than it was, let's say, 10 years ago, and definitely greater today than it was when you first started teaching. If you can remember, would you say that the turnover was greater or about the same in 2005 as when you first started teaching? What I'm getting at is whether
I think that when the mayoral control started, that's when I think that was the primary reason why the teacher retention started to.
I have one last question that's not for you, Ms. Pogue-Lyons. We had a hearing last week on the DCPS budget, and I went through a series of questions with the chancellor about bargaining or not bargaining. I'm curious, has the chancellor reached out to you with regard to bargaining in the past week?
No. We had our monthly meeting yesterday, and I asked about, letting him know that you were supposed to get in contact with us last week, and that you promised you would get in touch with us. So far, we didn't. We did hear from the district. I won't name names, but they did say they apologized for not getting back to us. And again, they promised to get back to us next week. But we've been hearing that for about 3 weeks. And can I also add, it was the DC State Board of Education that reported on the attrition and retention rate of teachers in the district. And sometimes we lose up to 25% of our teachers a year.
Okay, but on the bargaining, so nothing has happened in the past week other than an apology.
Yes, sir. And we've been waiting for 3 weeks. We thought, we were told they would get back to us by November 10th. Then we were told they would get back to us last week. And then we received a message this week that they were hopeful. And for many different reasons, they didn't get back to us last week, but they are hopeful that they'll get back to us next week, being that this is the end of the week and a short week. But no dates, and no one sent us any proposals. Again, we see this as a lack of respect for our teachers, and one of the reasons why we can't retain teachers.
Okay, I'm on a 5-minute round and I've been 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Who's next? Thank you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I wanted to come to Carolyn Pryor. I really appreciated your recommendations around the student loan repayment assistance for educators bill. There are 2 areas that I wanted to zero in on. So you noted that the salary cap was too low and this would exclude many educators. Was there a dollar amount that you would recommend that we land on?
Well, the dollar amount that we are hoping to achieve is one that is more reflective of the average teacher salary in DC, which I believe was reported by the deputy mayor as being $100,000. We know that this bill is more targeted towards charter teachers. We would like to see that it, hits both sectors, so charter and DCPS. And the other thing is just looking at like the joint filing income that needs to be reflective of like a genuine two-income household.
And so I would imagine you would then say that needs to be 200,000 if you're recommending $100,000 for a single filer. Is that accurate?
I'm not going to like offer a dollar amount right now because I haven't done enough research on that. I also want to acknowledge that like this goals, the goal of this particular bill is to be equity targeted, and we want to maintain that spirit. We just want to be sure as well that the actual eligibility requirements are not so prohibitive that
Absolutely. Yeah,
Yes.
and I think that point is well taken, as well as the concerns around the bill only being proactive or adhering to teachers that are currently enrolled in programming. And so those are two areas that I will be happy to follow up with the committee leadership to just see if we can make adjustments there, but wanted to thank you for that. I wanted to come to Representative Henderson and O'Leary. One, thank you all for testifying. Two, thank you for your continued service. I know you testified in your individual capacities, but I have not been tracking closely. Is the state board doing anything currently around teacher retention? Either of you, if you want to speak to that?
Not right now.
Not
We're
right.
waiting, we're waiting for the data bill to be passed by the council so that we can get the information from the LEAs. Because that was the biggest problem when we did our survey, is we were unable to get information from hardly any of the LEAs. Even DCPS, the largest LEA, wouldn't give us very much information. The most information we got was from the Washington Teachers Union.
That's right. I remember that. Okay. That is helpful. And then WTU President Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, has the union engaged with the mayor at all on the contract, or are you only engaging directly with the chancellor?
Yes, we're engaging with the chancellor as well as with the district OLRCB, the labor department for DC, for public employees.
Okay. And when you are, I guess, enrolling new members into the union, how are you documenting their concerns around pay or other issues that might impact their willingness to stay in the classroom? Are you surveying them, or is the feedback more anecdotal?
Well, from time to time when we see lots of issues, we do try to catch the data. Like we last spring sent out a survey on violence because we were getting a lot of anecdotal comments from teachers saying that they saw that violence had gone up. But other than getting the anecdotal and then moving on to a survey, I'm tasked, General Vice President Bell, as well as our field representatives, are tasked with visiting schools on an ongoing basis. And then that's how we take in information and decide if we should go further than that with a survey.
Okay. And then lastly, I am running out of time, so I'm going to end there, but I just wanted to note the testimony around aligning the work of the task force that Asi will lead with also parent input, as that's very important. But thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Nadeau, if you are here. I don't believe I see her. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I want to pick up with Ms. Pogue Lyons on the negotiations, if I can, for a bit. So at the hearing last week, I heard the chancellor suggest that that the union had made a set of proposals or outlined a set of priorities, and that then it was in their court to respond to those in what I interpreted as a relatively general way. And then that would, so is that typically how it works, that one side puts out a set of principles and then the other responds to it?
Yes, if you are operating in good faith, you put up a set of proposals, they review it, and then they can put out their own proposals, and then they need to respond to our proposals. And we've been giving them MOAs, memorandums of agreement, as well as proposals for the contract since June. And we have not received, besides ground rules, we haven't received a response to our 3 MOAs and I believe 10 proposals.
And my interpretation of what the chancellor said was that he expected relatively soon for them to provide a response to that. And then typically, when does that then set the stage to sitting across the table and beginning to have a conversation?
It should. And we were supposed to get a response last week.
And it keeps being pushed off, but that's we're being told now soon, and that's not good enough. We need to get going so that the process can get started.
Yes.
Typically, sometimes processes stretch out for years, but what's typical in terms of how long these are big contracts with lots of complicated dimensions to them? How long does it typically take to negotiate a contract?
It is very typical for the Washington Teachers Union and DCPS the last contract took almost 3.5 years. The contract before that took 5. It is typical for us not to get contracts done on time. And this doesn't happen in other locals, in other cities. This is DC. And it has to stop if we want to get and keep the great young people that we have working in our classrooms.
So in other jurisdictions, what's typical? Is it?
I have a wonderful young man who is our organizer, who's working here at the WTU. He's from Florida, and we know we hear a lot of news about Florida, but one thing they don't do, and he's from Miami, one thing they do in Florida is sign contracts before they end or on time.
But I'm just trying to understand from where we are now, when is it realistic if you got around the table in December? How long should we expect it to take? Is that a couple of months, or if everybody's operating in good faith, or is it even less time than that?
It could take less than that. I would say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
If we operate in good faith and we come together after our bargaining team teaches during the day. But if we come together from 5 to 8 and work in good faith, I don't think it would take any longer than 2 weeks, and come in person. That's important, because operating virtually, it's not productive. But if we come in person, you'd be surprised when you have to sit somewhere from 5 to 8, how you can, in the evening after you've worked all day, you'd be surprised how fast you decide to come to agreements and compromise.
So one of the things Councilmember Henderson asked about at the hearing the other day was multi-year contracts. And, she was asking, when was the last time there's been a multi-year contract? Can you speak to whether you're seeking or whether you'd like to seek a multi-year contract in this setting?
Yes, we would love to have a 5-year contract with the district. As Mary Levy said during that hearing, our contracts are always ending as we sign it. We signed a contract last November and it ended in September of this year.
So you are in this process pursuing a multi-year, a 5-year contract?
A 5-year contract. We need to focus on other things like educating our students and not constantly coming to the table for contract negotiation. Or delayed contracts.
I've now gone over, and I think the chairman is telling me so.
Thank you, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to these public witnesses. Let me keep you on the hot seat, Ms. Pogue Lyons. One of the concerns that OSSE will raise in their testimony today is the idea that on sick leave and mental health days, these are ideas that came not from me as a council member, but came from surveys of teachers, but that requiring them a minimum number of those for through legislation would limit the autonomy of WTU to negotiate on behalf of their members. Do you have concerns that provisions of the teacher retention bill would limit your negotiation ability?
What I will say, as I said in my testimony, is that you have to bring us to the table. You have to bring the Washington Teachers Union to the table to make sure that it doesn't violate our contract. But we have long said many of the things that are in this bill, we have been long working for as a union and to support our teachers. And one of them is, we would love to have it in our contract. One of the things is we need to have wellness days for our teachers.
I appreciate that. I hope it won't be too many years that folks are still talking about the need for wellness days. For Representative O'Leary, as a longtime classroom teacher, obviously we see the data that show a higher percentage of teachers leave from at-risk schools. What is the higher turnover attributed to in your experience for at-risk schools? Why are teachers leaving at a faster clip?
What we found in our survey, and it didn't have as many people as we wanted to have surveyed because we didn't get the information from a lot of the schools, and we asked charters and DCPS for that. Impact was the first thing. The punitive impact evaluation was the reason why most of the teachers, or the highest percentage of teachers left. The second was the climate in the school where they worked. Right, and I like I said, I'm an anomaly as far as I love going to work every day, and I work for all kinds of different principals and things like that. But I didn't work for them. I worked for the students, and that's what teachers do. They don't go they want to go and teach. And what happened when the mayoral control came and impact came and park test came is that teachers were stopped from being able to teach. They had to do all kinds of data. They had to do this and that, and they weren't trained to do that when they were trained in college to teach. They want to work with students. So I think that the two things were, especially the impact, but the next thing was the climate in the school, whether the leadership in the schools. Those are the two things. And we have fabulous principals in the city, but we also have, we have human beings doing every job. So we got, but that was what it was.
I appreciate it. My last questions for Caroline Pryor, particularly for schools with a higher percentage of students who are deemed at risk. Do you have thoughts on how a wellness coordinator would leave the issue of teacher turnover?
I think that's a really excellent question. The needs assessment is something that I found very important in your legislation, especially because that particular understanding is what's really going to be able to tailor the wellness needs of this school. However, I would also love to send this question over to Gracie, who is our wellness coordinator and is probably better served to respond to this particular question.
I appreciate it. Gracie, if you could offer some quick insights, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. I know we're at time here, and I would say, Joanna, also would be a good person to consult on this as well. But I think just to have one human being, adult in the building who is really focused on wellness to make sure that all the pieces are working together, that with some schools, even if they do have enough clinicians, they're so often burned out themselves on the number of things that are happening. And that's just with student and family needs, but to have one person who's be able to look and to survey is a huge wellness skill, just to be able to check in with people of what's actually going on and be able to do the proactive communication between staff members and school leaders. I think that's a really essential part of this job. Is I think school leaders are operating at a level that is above and beyond what a human being can do often, and that things just fall down the radar. And one of those things is staff wellness. And so to have one person just at the leadership table say, no, we need to do this. This is really important. This is the language we need. This is the policies. And to keep making sure that that wellness is woven into the fabric of how schools are run and not just one thing on the to-do list that keeps falling off.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you to this entire panel. I'm just going to ask questions to the panel and hope that those who can chime in. I want to talk about flexible scheduling. My question is, what does flexible scheduling look like in the way that teachers want to see it? And how does it account for creating also stability with students, consistency with students? Can we have flexible scheduling and have both of these? I believe the answer is yes, but I want to hear from you all. What does flexible scheduling look like? And what do you say to the critics who say it will create instability within schools? Can anyone chime in there?
I'm happy to keep going on this because it's something that I think it's important to say that how many schools in the district are already doing flexible scheduling, but that's not something if this will happen, it's how it's happening. Something that we see really often in schools is a flexible block, usually on like a Wednesday afternoon, where community partners come in, and these are the same partners that we love to send our kids to camp there, or wish we could send our kids to camp there, that they can come into the schools, be able to provide a really enriching learning opportunity and give teachers that time to be able to do the grading, to talk to the families, or sometimes just to not, leave and take a little time for themselves so they can decompress in that way. Something else I think is exciting is being able to look at choosing the shifts that you can do. And if you can come in a little bit later and that morning time with your family is really valuable and you stay a little bit later, that works for you. Being able to do something, if you have a child in the couple of years after that, to be able to do a more part-time schedule, knowing that when your child is old enough that you can go back into a full-time schedule, that these are all things that we've heard from educators that they've done, that it's kept them in their careers and the profession. And there are things that I think that we can replicate. But what's really important is the surveying of the staff to see what really would work for them and to put that into practice.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, you stated, Gracie, about teachers worried about the threat of impact evaluation as it relates to testing. Dr. Fraser O'Leary talked a little bit about this earlier. How would you like to see DCPS evaluate its teachers instead of impact system? And that's to the entire panel.
Can I answer that?
Yes, President Philblind.
As the president of the union, we already know that American University did a survey and found that the impact system is racist and biased against Brown and Black teachers, particularly those teaching in underserved communities. Impact hasn't done or had the outcomes that they said it would have. So what we need to think about is, because we know it is racist and biased, and that we know teachers want to work with excellent, great teachers. It is time now that you bring teachers to the table, as well as administrators, as well as everyone else, to say, what would a fair impact or evaluation system look like for the district? Because it is causing us to lose teachers. So one of the things is bringing the people who are on the front line to the table, realizing and talking about in a real way that it is racist, and then having open conversations and talking about the fact that impact is not getting us the outcomes that they said it would get us.
Absolutely. Wanted to see if anybody else on the panel wanted to respond to that.
It was named wrong because the impact was all negative. And the thing about it is that what President Folk Lyons is talking about is there needs to be educators talking about how educators need to be evaluated.
Gotcha.
Rather than somebody who's in the executive branch.
Yeah.
We have charter schools are implementing, different models of evaluating teachers. I'd like to see us learn from those other models that we're using in DC to see which ones are working well and are good for teachers.
Yeah. Thank you. I
think educators just they really want to be evaluated. That's something that we hear a lot, is that people, they want to grow as professionals, but this impact system doesn't help them grow as professionals. It just judges them if they're not doing something without providing the skills to really help many of them to keep growing.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate all your responses on that. Antoine, I wanted to come to you. Oh,
council member.
Okay, my time is up. Antoine, thank you for serving as a school-based mental health social worker and support. And I maybe will.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson. I think it was a half an hour ago that the witnesses stopped testifying. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. I am very sorry I could not be there in person, but for those of you, well, you're educators, so you know that DCPS had no aftercare today. So I have an intern who is bouncing around behind me. I listened into the testimony while I was going to pick up, but I didn't get a chance to hear everyone, so I don't necessarily have any specific questions, but I do want to thank you all so much for testifying on this bill or testifying at this hearing. I introduced the Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act, which is part of a longer and growing conversation around the crushing student loan debt that so many Americans, so many district residents are facing, and so many of our educators. We ask you to have master's degrees, and then we don't pay you enough in order to repay those student loans. Right now, the average student loan debt in the district is about $54,945, which is just under the annual salary for a first-time teacher in the district. While the average public school educator salary is in the top decile of those in the United States, but we all acknowledge that the cost of living in the district diminishes the attractiveness of a comparatively strong salary. So I know that there's back and forth in terms of ways to modify or strengthen or improve this bill. And I look forward to working in partnership with all of you to make that happen. But I appreciate you all taking the time to testify on this legislation. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. And thank you to each of the witnesses for your testimony. A couple of you said that you would be submitting your statements. That would be very much appreciated. So you all are excused, and I'm going to go to the next group of witnesses. Kelvin Brown, Valentina Raman, or Raymond, Ashley Carter, who is Director of Capital Teacher Residency at KIPP DC, Kathy Riley, Catherine Landfield, Scott Goldstein, Executive Director of Empower Ed, Ruth Wattenberg, former Ward 3 representative to the State Board of Education, Maisha McLaren, Ashala Webney, Lauren Pinkney, Ronita Smith, Kimbry Kenny, Allison Rice, Bersa Milliard, Katina Wilkins, I think we'll cut it there. I'm going to keep calling on the witness list. May Miles, first name is MEI, May Miles. Rachel Hargreaves. Gabrielle Dubose. Brian O'Connor. Christina Cordatu. Soraya Ely. I'm going to go through the rest of the list. Jeffrey Credit, who's CEO, Community Educational Research Group. Monica Mayo James. Lucia Applequist. Mariana Murray. Carly Sessoms. Dieter Lehman Morales. Dr. Gabriel Swisher. And Robert Alston. Mr. Alston is president of ASME Local 2921. Kelvin Brown, is he here? Just called a lot of folks. Kelvin Brown. Valentina Raman. Valentina Raman. You're up, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Valentina Raman. I am a community member from Ward 5. I serve several nonprofits that work with youth and teachers in DC and beyond, and previously taught at a DCPS school in Ward 3. I'm here today to support Bill 25200 and ask that the DC Council quickly schedule a markup and vote for this bill in order to support its provision of wellness coordinators at high-need schools. I'm also asking that permanent funding for OSSI's Educator Wellness Technical Assistance Grants at $500,000 a year to be added to this legislation. I support this bill because working closely with young people and educators, I see that well-being in schools is in crisis now more than ever. Coming out of the pandemic, our young people and those that support them are experiencing deep trauma. Educators both experience this trauma themselves and then absorb the secondary trauma of students daily. We need to work to reduce this harm by giving educators the time and space they need to process difficult events and approach staff wellness more holistically. That is why I believe the council should require at least 2 mental health days per year and provide wellness coordinators to the schools that need them most. By expanding flexible scheduling pilots, you can also provide educators to do all of the things we need that we ask of them more effectively and more space for their own well-being. These could be transformative changes. Educator wellness is student wellness, and when our students and educators are healthy, our communities are healthy. This bill will bring about healthier communities for all DC residents and help keep our great educators who our students deeply rely on. Because every school has different needs, one of the most effective tools we have to improve educator retention at each school is the Educator Wellness Technical Assistance Grants that have allowed organizations like MedStar Wise, Empower Ed, Minds Inc., and other partners with schools to establish staff wellness teams and make personalized school wellness and retention plans and support their implementation. I deeply believe in these personalized approaches, and this is one of the best ways to do it. I have also seen how much support staff like paraprofessionals and teacher aides play in supporting our young people. We must pay them dignified living wage salaries. The gap between paraprofessional pay and the cost of living in DC is worse than in all but 4 states. And this task force would help set a standard for the future negotiations so that they can get the pay they need and deserve. While the problem of education retention is complex, I believe passing this bill would be a great starting point and give educators hope that the council will have their back and look out for their well-being. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Raman. Ashley Carter.
My name is Ashley Carter, and I'm the director of the Capital Teaching Residency at KIPP DC. In that role, I manage a residency program that recruits, trains, and places between 50 and 75 aspiring teachers throughout our network of 22 pre-K3 through 12th grade schools and programs each year. We are really proud that over 100 residents have gone on to be KIPP DC Teacher of the Year, and that 70% of our alumni are still teaching or in school leadership after 4 years. Thank you for holding today's hearing on Councilmember Henderson's Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act, and for focusing attention on the very real need to recruit and retain great teachers across the district. It is becoming more and more difficult to attract and retain great educators in our schools, due in part to the national teacher shortage and the increased cost of housing in DC. The Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act, in combination with competitive salaries, educator housing incentives, educator childcare incentives, and a renewed focus on school safety, can help to recruit the next generation of educators, and we support its passage. Councilmember Henderson's bill seems to be the perfect fit for our residents, over half of whom would be eligible. Targeting a district-wide recruitment and retention incentive program to new and resident teachers will provide us a competitive advantage over national teacher preparation programs and secure the best candidates. During their residency year and their first years as a lead teacher, many struggle to balance student loan payments and rent in DC. Many potential applicants choose residency programs in regions with more affordable housing. And that is why we think that this would encourage all of our residents to stay teaching in the district for at least 5 years in order to secure all loan forgiveness benefits, increasing the stability of our instructional workforce. Finally, this incentive could also help us to encourage some of our talented paraprofessionals to consider a return to school and move to a teaching position. We think that this bill could be even more powerful with a couple of adjustments. We think that it'd be helpful to use an equity model to prioritize funding. There are hundreds of new teachers hired each year across the district, and it's possible that the funding could run out. And so given the heightened staffing needs at historically under-resourced schools, for example, those serving a high concentration of students designated at risk, we suggest prioritizing our funding to maximize the impact. We also suggest you create a package of teacher recruitment and retention benefits. Loan forgiveness for residents and new teachers would be most effective if combined with competitive salaries, an educator housing incentive, an educator childcare incentives, and a renewed focus on school safety. And finally, we think that you should consider providing loan forgiveness to non-district residents. As it's currently written, only DC residents are eligible for this benefit. And while we understand that there are many benefits in having our educators live in the community that they serve, we are also understand that rent is very high in our city. And so we hope to attract the best educators and retain them for as long as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Kathy Riley. Catherine Landfield.
Hello, thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. Sorry, I was not prepared to go next. My name is Catherine Landfield, and I have been a resident of DC for 32 years. For decades before my role at Fair Budget Coalition, I was a school social worker and worked in 7 different area schools. I'm here today to urge the council to schedule a markup and vote for this bill as soon as possible. I strongly support paid mental health leave for teachers, as well as wellness coordinators in the schools with the highest student needs and teacher turnover. Teachers deserve the best chance to support their own mental health and protect their professional longevity. This is even more critical now, given what students, families, and schools experienced during the pandemic, with young people facing a mental health crisis, learning loss, and attendance problems as well. Teachers strive to nurture their students' skills, meet their needs, and see them flourish. But we can't ask teachers to do this incredibly demanding work without attending to their mental well-being. Each year, some of the best teachers in my schools would come talk about their overwhelming stress. And while it was always painful to see how much pressure teachers were under, at least I knew that the teachers in my office were looking for mental health support. Some of the teachers who most needed it, though, were not seeking it out. Each June, I saw an unacceptably large number of teachers leave the school or the profession. I saw only downsides to churning through teachers. If the teacher was outstanding, their departure was a sickening loss for obvious reasons. If the teacher was green and buckled under the demands, we'd lament that they burned out before they even got skilled at their craft. Even if the teacher was just so-so, the school community still had to go through the arduous process of training up another new teacher and rebuilding the school culture. We should be investing in the success of teachers, since stability and retention are intimately tied to the success and well-being of the students they teach. We need paid mental health leave days and wellness coordinators for high-needs schools. I also call on you to amend the bill to include permanent annual funding of $500,000 a year for the OSSI Educator Wellness Technical Assistance Grants. Schools need to have support from organizations that can keep educator well-being and retention on the front burner. DC can make real investments in teacher mental health, enhance teacher retention, and in turn, improve student outcomes. I hope you will mark up and vote on this bill so that teachers may benefit from these essential investments in their mental health as soon as possible. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you, Ms. Lanfield. Scott Goldstein.
Good afternoon. I'm excited to testify today in support of the Educator Retention for Student Success Act. We applaud Councilmember Robert White, Councilmember Charles Allen, and all the council members who signed on to this bill for listening to our educators and crafting legislation to address major concerns. DC already has the highest teacher turnover rate in the country pre-pandemic, but in this post-COVID era, people simply won't stay at their jobs that don't allow them to prioritize their mental health. While pay matters, people are looking for jobs that provide them flexibility, trust them as professionals, and allow them a work-life balance. For providing every DCPS educator at least 2 explicit mental health days, we can ensure that educators show up with their full selves to serve our students. In the schools we partner with, we've seen how critical it is that mental health days be explicitly labeled as such. In our partner schools, we've also seen the absolutely critical role played by school wellness coordinators. Schools with this position are taking a unified approach to student and staff wellness, and it makes sure that if by leaving it up to the principal who has so many other priorities, it won't stay on the front burner. But as you've heard from others, the wellness coordinator makes sure this happens. The bill would also create a task force to study appropriate pay ranges for paraprofessionals. Our paras and aides work exceedingly hard and represent the future of our teacher workforce and are critical for student success. They've been asked to go way above and beyond the past few years and continue to make embarrassingly low wages, far below a living wage. I'd like to address the testimony the executive is providing later, arguing this task force and the guarantee of mental health days must be left to the bargaining process. That's akin to arguing the government can't establish any labor laws, like the 40-hour work week, overtime regulation, paid leave programs, because all worker protections must be left to bargaining. The executive assertion is counter-historical and ignores the fundamental truth that legislation regularly plays a role in establishing a floor for labor negotiations, both locally and federally. We have hundreds of local and federal laws that set minimum labor practices that in no way undermine collective bargaining. And as you've heard from the WTU and we'll hear from AFSCME, they believe it would only strengthen their hand in bargaining. There's one essential element missing from the bill regarding educator wellness, and that is the OSSI-funded Educator Wellness Technical Assistant Grants that have served over 25 schools in the past couple of years by funding organizations like Empower Ed, MedStar Wise, and others to build staff wellness team, wellness plans, help schools implement a 3-tiered approach to staff wellness and retention. This work is incredibly effective. The federal funding expired last year, but OSSI found the funding to continue this for 1 more year. The council absolutely must prioritize continuing these grants $500,000 a year over the financial plan. We are very grateful that the council funded the flexible scheduling pilot last year. When the DCPS report comes back about demand in February, we ask you add funding to make sure that all schools who want it can have it. We applaud the exit surveys, but they must be included for charter schools as well. And this legislation does not do everything to stop the teacher turnover crisis, but it's a good start. In the end, the council will either demonstrate a willingness to tackle this crisis by bringing these bills to a timely markup and vote, or once again allow agency leaders to face a tough round of questioning and go back to the status quo. We hope you choose action. Thank you again for this attention to this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ruth Wattenberg.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'm delighted that the council is focusing on teacher retention. When I first joined the state board, I found it to be a top issue. In 2017, Marcus Batchelor and I wrote a piece for City Paper on DC schools in which we described teacher turnover as the canary in the classroom. Just as sick canaries in the coal mine signaled the presence of poisonous carbon monoxide, high teacher turnover is a visible indicator of poisonous school conditions that drive teachers out, often felt as the inadequate support teachers get to meet student needs. Teacher turnover signals problems, and we need to really pay attention to that. And it's a cause of additional problems when it leads to less experienced, less effective teachers and a less productive school culture. It also costs, according to a state board report, it's $20,000 per teacher when you think of separation, recruitment, hiring, and training. But in the end, improving retention is one of the most effective ways to bring about better educated students, which is what we're all after. I like everything in the bill. It's a good start. I hope you'll revisit after getting survey info. I will comment on the exit survey and mental health days. First, on the exit survey. When I first looked into this issue in 2015, DCPS dismissed any notion that it had a teacher retention problem. It claimed that its retention among what it defined as its most effective teachers was extremely high. That's all that mattered. Don't look further. Don't look under the hood. Little data was public. Mary Levy figured out how to look under the hood, first on her own, and then with board funding starting in 2018. Finally, there was a spotlight on it. A year later, you, Chairman Mendelson, introduced a bill to regularly collect data. And though the bill didn't get passed, OSSE heard the message and launched the first of what would be regular reports. My point, data matters. Independently collected data matters. Public attention to it matters. Unlike elsewhere, our schools are not governed by an independent school board, but by a chancellor who is named by and reports to the mayor and DME. Our state agency, which provides oversight, is also led by an appointee of the same mayor. In this context, the exit surveys are especially important. In his 2019 report, OSSE, under different leadership then, reported that the most common reasons teachers cited for deciding to leave their schools included dissatisfaction with school culture or leadership, as well as personal reasons. Later that year, an SBOE exit survey conducted by an independent research firm found that the top reason for leaving DCPS was the negative effects of impact, as Vice President O'Leary has said. That is a related but clearly different, more explicit answer than what OSSE reported. Understanding what leads to high turnover is vital. It's great that exit surveys are in this plan, but one, they should be absolutely required of charters as well. Two, it is useful for LEAs to produce their own surveys, as DCPS is set to do, but we also need independent exit surveys. I recommend assigning that task to the state board or the auditor. Very quickly on mental health days, these are important. I understand that later testimony will argue that a 2-day mental health requirement would somehow limit the autonomy of WTU and of OSSE. Well, I just want to say that's like saying that a government policy on minimum wage violated the autonomy of a union to negotiate wages or violated the autonomy of an employer to set them. Obviously, the point of such a policy is to establish a floor beneath which employer autonomy may not reach. And obviously, unions don't think such a floor violates their autonomy. Happy to answer questions. Thank you very much. I'm done.
And please give us a copy of your statement.
I will.
Thank you. Maisha McLaren. Ashala Webney, Lauren Pinkney, Ronita Smith, Kimbry Kenny, Allison Rice, Ms. Rice.
Hi. Sorry, let me just put myself on, start my video. So sorry, I'm grading papers. Hi, I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the DC Council this afternoon. My name is Allison, and I've been a proud Ward 4 DCPS teacher for the last 7 years. And for the last 4 years, I've been honored to work at Ida B. Wells Middle School. I love being a part of a system where history is taught honestly and completely. That is one of the main reasons, or one of the many reasons, I continue to work for DCPS. Before DCPS, I was a proud Baltimore City teacher. Before that, I was a proud Paulding County, Georgia teacher. And before that, I was a proud Canandaigua City School teacher for 2 years. I've been in this game for over 20 years, and I would not change the fact that I get to work in an environment that continues to challenge, surprise, humble, and stimulate me. I wear many hats at Wells, from teaching 8th grade social studies to serving as the department chair and social studies coach to heading up the teacher wellness and retention team. My first year at Ida B. Wells, 2020, 2021, so right in smack dab in the middle of the pandemic, I served on a committee which worked with Empower Ed and Scott Goldstein. Being in the throes of the pandemic, the need for teacher wellness strategies was dire. Through our partnership with Empower Ed and a generous grant through OSSI, we were able to prioritize teacher wellness through a variety of programs. I continue to call Ida B. Wells my home because of the focus on teacher wellness. Ida B. Wells Middle School is a magical place, a unicorn of sorts, where teacher wellness is truly at the center of what we do, a place where our administration plans for flexible scheduling opportunities to give teaching teams extra vertical planning every other month, a place where funds are secured for a partnership with WISE, which is the MedStar Georgetown Wellness in School Environments, so that our staff can receive in-house support groups and one-on-one therapy sessions, a place where our principal instituted a policy where each teacher gets a wellness card at the beginning of the school year to use for a mental health day, free of sick leave charge. Don't get me wrong, some days are rough. Sometimes I drag myself home feeling like I need to give up, but I don't. I don't because I know that my administration cares about how I'm doing. I know that my administration understands that what happens in the classroom is tied to my mental health. At Ida B. Wells, we are ahead of the game in teacher wellness. We are lucky. More schools throughout our district need to benefit from the programs our staff benefit from. Therefore, I'm here today to support Bill 25-200. Council must schedule an immediate markup and vote for this bill to support DCPS providing each full-time educator at least 16 hours of mental health leave per school year. Mental health should and also should not be counted as sick leave. I support this bill because I am already living a smaller scale version of this dream. As I stated above, I'm able to take a day off when I need a mental health day without repercussion. Wells teachers use the wellness card without guilt or fear of consequence. The system works. Our teachers take advantage, which ultimately helps our scholars. We all know that our headspace sets the tone for the actions of our scholars. Some days we just cannot bring the best version of ourselves, and we need a break to reset. So providing teachers with 16 hours, I'm so sorry, of mental health leave per year without charging those hours to sick leave will help bridge the gap between dragging ourselves in to just make it through the day and showing up for our scholars as the wonderful teachers that we are. So I have more, but I sent it in. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate you listening to my
Thank you, Ms. Rice. I do have a copy of your statement.
Awesome.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Bersaba Milliard, Katina Wilkins, May Miles, Rachel Hargreaves.
Yes, hi. My
When
name
you're
is
ready.
Rachel Hargreaves. Oh, sorry, can you see me? Okay. My name is Rachel Hargreaves, and I'm a resident of Ward 1, an educator of Ward 3, and an Empower Ed Fellow. I'm in support of Bill 25-200. For one thing, I personally benefited from the educator wellness partnerships through Empower Ed. With their support that is pushed into Deal Middle School, we've already seen our principals step up immediately, hire a licensed mental health professional specifically for teachers, and an effective phone removal policy to keep students safe and focused. I'm asking, like many of my colleagues have, for the $500,000 a year to extend the OSSI Educator Wellness Grants that have already made a tangible impact in my school community. But primarily today, I'm calling for the expansion of the flexible scheduling pilot program to include more schools and reach more teachers and students. We had an opportunity to change after COVID shutdown, and yet we haven't made any significant systemic changes that would benefit staff and students. Teachers are some of our most highly qualified and talented professionals, but we are losing them to professions that offer more flexibility and higher pay and workplace respect that has been challenging at many of our schools. According to the DC State Board of Education study from 2021, almost half of teachers, 43.4%, have considered leaving the teaching profession because of the challenges during COVID. While the pandemic was challenging and traumatic, it also offered up the opportunity to learn from our past mistakes. Most DC teachers can attest to at least one positive, which was flexible scheduling. Those Wednesdays provided time for grading, one-on-one tutoring, office hours, and collaborative meeting times that are near impossible to get done in the regular work schedule with all of our contractual duties. The flexible day outlined in the pilot program allows for more enrichment opportunities for students as well that are challenging to include in the regular school schedule. Field trips, outdoor learning opportunities allow our students to be kids, to explore the multitude of resources around DC, and to discover relationships with their peers that they may not have with a traditional classroom. Yet when we came back to the classrooms in 2021, DC crammed teacher schedules with the same massive class sizes, lack of planning, standardized testing, and impact evaluations. Teachers are the reasons our students are finally finding a normal routine again and making up for lost learning time. For these reasons, I heavily support Bill 25-200, especially the component of flexible scheduling to give our teachers time to be the professional collaborators that they are and our students to be time to be kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hargreaves. Gabrielle DuBose.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole for hearing testimony on teacher retention, fully supported wellness programs, impartial exit surveys, equitable paraprofessional pay, charter school flexible scheduling, and student loan repayment assistance. That list is almost as exhaustive as the hat I wear today, which symbolizes what teachers carry every day while meeting student needs and too often putting their own needs on hold. It may seem like teachers have it all together, but my hat metaphorically tells a story of the weight teachers carry that most people don't see. I am Gabrielle DuBose, teacher facilitator with Empower Ed and an educator at Duke Ellington. Teachers learn how to just keep things moving. I know I did, like when I had to grade several essays for over 100 10th grade ELA students while driving part-time for Uber and completing my graduate studies all at the same time. The additional income was necessary because my salary does not match my DCPS counterparts, even though I teach the same curriculum and my PARCC scores never suffered, yet my salary is impaired. By the way, teachers don't have parking passes to park in the neighborhood where they teach. Teachers pay parking tickets without any reimbursement just for going to work. Imagine the stress levels when teachers run out of the building every 2 hours to try and avoid another ticket. All of this is part of my testimony about teacher retention. Education policy in DC should accommodate teachers' needs, which is why I am testifying in support of Bill 25-200, the Educator Retention for Student Success Act of 2023. The council must schedule an immediate markup and vote for this bill in order to stop the DC educator exodus and help teachers get the resources they need. The bill includes wellness coordinators who would gather data, make needs assessments based on that data, and help to coordinate resources for the entire school community to breathe and process life thoughtfully. This work is essential at schools with high risk factors, but it is needed throughout the city. Crime and addiction happen across zip codes. DC schools need broad and consistent wellness work for all students and educators. Secondly, and I see my time is running out, I want to say that DCPS must hold to the required exit surveys that must be monitored by an outside entity like the SBOE. Teachers are human beings who deserve wellness and fairness so they can reimagine math strategies, create adventurous reading opportunities, and drive scientific discoveries with advancement in technology. The council must support Bill 25-200 and schedule an immediate markup and vote for this bill so that we can retain good teachers in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DuBose. I don't have a copy of your statement. Would you be kind enough to send it?
Absolutely.
That would be
It's on the
beautiful.
way.
Thank you. Brian O'Connor,
Yes, good afternoon.
please proceed.
My name is Brian O'Connor. I am an educator living in Ward 3 and teaching in Ward 2. I currently work as a special education teacher. This is my 21st year teaching overall and my third in DC. I taught for 2 years in Ward 7 and have mostly taught children with autism. I am here today to support Bill 25-200. Council must schedule an immediate markup and vote for this bill in order to support a fair professional compensation task force and an amendment to the bill to add permanent funding for OSCE's Educator Wellness Technical Assistance grants. As a special educator, I tell everyone that I couldn't do my job without the help of paraprofessionals who are co-teachers in classrooms. Paraprofessionals attend classes and meals with students and get students to class from buses in the morning and take students to buses in the afternoons. Also, it would be helpful for educators to have access to grants that would help defray the cost of creating and maintaining wellness teams in this high-stress profession. SB 25-200 seeks to increase funding for paraprofessionals and a task force to ensure that happens, while also accommodating funding for grants that will be used for teacher wellness wellness programs. We have seen the difficulties, especially since the COVID-19 pandemic, in recruiting new teachers and retaining educators to transition to working as classroom teachers. We need teachers who are prepared and excited about reaching young minds. Wellness and mindfulness will help educators continue to work within the teaching profession. It is vital that council schedule markup and vote because communities are suffering due to teacher shortages. There are several communities who are seeking teachers, especially special educators, but also paraprofessionals. I have seen the effectiveness of paraprofessionals throughout my career. Please consider my testimony as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Chris, I believe May
you.
Miles has joined us. May Miles. I see you on the screen, as in your name. I'm going to keep moving. If you turn your camera on, I'll recognize you after this next witness. Christina Cordatu. Christina Cordatu is in the waiting room, needs to accept to be admitted. I see her coming on.
Hello, good evening.
Please proceed.
My name is Christina Cordatu. I'm an educator from Ward 4. I currently work as a kindergarten ESL teacher specialist at Dorothy Height Elementary School, DHES. This is my 5th year at the District of Columbia Public Schools. I'm originally from Athens, Greece. I have been in the field for over 35 years. I taught Greek language, French, and English as a second language in the States and overseas. I have a BA in French language and literature from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in Greece, and a Master's of Science in Foreign Language Education and TESOL from Florida International University. I'm a proud parent of 2 children, my daughter Irini, 24, and my son Leonidas, 23. My daughter Irini is an undergraduate of University of Virginia, and my son Leonidas is a graduate at ACS, American Community Schools of Athens, Greece, and he's currently working in marketing in Hong Kong. My daughter, she has a degree in biology, in biology. After I taught in Fairfax County Public Schools, and Arlington Public Schools. Also, I taught in Greece and in Miami, Florida for 12 years. I joined DCPS in August of 2019, a few months before the pandemic. I'm very excited to be part of DCPS school community, vision, and mission. I am here today to support Bill 25-200. Council must schedule an immediate markup and vote for this bill in order to support paid mental health leave. I support the bill because it is crucial and absolutely necessary that all full-time educators have at least not less than 16 hours of mental health leave per school year. Mental health shall not be counted and considered as sick leave. There are many personal circumstances and situations which lead the educator to his or her decision to be absent from school and her school duties. My mother has been hospitalized multiple times during the pandemic, and afterwards, balancing working and caring for her with the already very limited sick days has put a strain on my mental health. I had to use all my sick leave. I got to the point that when I got sick during the pandemic, I had no sick days left to use for my well-being and recovery. I had to request leave, which was unpaid, of course. During the pandemic, I struggled financially because I lost a substantial amount of salary. It's been very difficult to keep up with all the expenses, which has also impacted my mental health. I have witnessed many of my fellow teachers needing days to use as mental health leave. However, they had to use up their sick leave just like me. It is imperative for educators to have mental health leave to take care of themselves, recharge their batteries, meditate, and be ready to serve and support all their students. Administrators should never impose a request for mental health leave to be used as sick leave. School Bill 25-200 seeks to separate mental health leave from sick leave as two different entities and being considered as distinct, independent from one another, and self-contained. Paid mental health leave not less than 16 hours per school year and not be counted as sick leave.
Ms. Cordatu, I'm going to have to cut you off because you're a minute over your time.
Okay,
I do have your statement, so thank you very much.
Okay, I have a few more things to say.
Yes, I know, but you're over, everybody has 3 minutes and you've been over 4 minutes.
Like, if you allow me to conclude, I would appreciate it.
No, I'm sorry. but
Okay, thank you.
You've already testified over your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the time.
Is May Miles here? Please proceed. Ms. Miles, your camera was on for a second. Now you've disappeared again. If you could unmute yourself. Ms. Miles, I see you, you're still muted. I need you to figure that out or else I'm going to have to go to the next witness. I'm going to the next witness, Soraya Ely. I see you, you're unmuted. We're waiting for you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Zaria Ely. I'm a recently departed DC educator living in Ward 7. I have taught as a first grade teacher in the DMV and public and charter school communities, and now work in educational advocacy. I'm here to support Bill 25499 with modifications to increase eligibility. Council must schedule an immediate markup and vote for this bill in order to support an educator student loan relief plan. I support this bill because as an educator, I have seen how financial stress decreases your commitment to your students as you try to handle more than 40 hours of teaching and planning each week with an after-hours side job. The pay educators receive is not sustainable, and I can only imagine the extra toll educators who were in my position are now facing with the resumption of student loan repayments. This bill seeks to alleviate some of that burden and keep great educators who have built community bonds within the classroom. This bill is the least that can be done to thank DC educators, but it is a strong and promising starting point for where we can go. SB 25499 seeks to improve educator retention and make DCPS an admirable place to work based on the financial support educators will receive through a student loan repayment assistance. Educator retention is a return on investment for the funds put into professional development across the school year. The bonds created across the school year that provide stability, security, and joy will only continue to grow when these same staff return the next year. As student and family familiarity of their school staff continue to grow, partnerships and engagement towards student success will increase. However, this bill as written only reaches a small portion of DC educators with the current eligibility requirements. SB 25499 needs to be modified to extend to all DC educators who are in the lowest bracket of student loan repayment, regardless of the post-secondary start date. This bill as written also needs to be modified to extend to all DC educators regardless of their permanent residence. Many DC educators do not live in the district due to the high cost of living, but still drive in to serve our students and are just as dedicated and deserving of this assistance. Lastly, I urge you to release and/or increase the eligibility salary cap. If the goal is to retain teachers by offering student loan repayment assistance, then there cannot be an ultimatum attached. The ultimatum in this bill is to keep a low salary that may be below the living wage to qualify for repayment assistance, or take the salary increase without repayment assistance. If the latter is my best option, then there is no incentive with this program to improve educator retention. It is vital that council schedule a markup and vote because student loan repayments are resuming and create a financial concern for DC educators. I urge the council to modify this bill to increase the eligibility to more DC educators by removing the restriction on post-secondary start date, DC residency requirement, and/or the salary cap within the 5-year period. As a recently departed DC educator, I know financial assistance in any way would have changed my decision to depart. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Seeley. Jeffrey Credit.
Hi, this is May. I'm so sorry. I am ready. I'm sorry to cut in. I'm calling on my cell phone.
All right. Why don't you begin, Mr. Credit? You'll be next.
I'm
Ms.
so sorry,
Miles,
Mr. Credit.
proceed.
You're next. Okay, so who's going now?
Ms. Miles will go, and then you, Mr. Credit.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is May Miles. I am only in my 3rd year of teaching with DCPS. If I can use a real life metaphor to illustrate the experience, I would describe it as dating someone I met on the internet based on what looks good on paper. Entering my 3rd year of teaching, the question I posed for myself was, am I in a toxic relationship? Not because DCPS and I disagree on the importance of education and a genuine desire to help our students. I feel like DCPS only values me as a partner if my students test well on standardized tests. My students' test scores are used as my impact scores. Furthermore, my school's report card also depends on how well our students perform on tests. I have yet to find academic research or a TED Talk that supports extensive testing for 8, 9, and 10-year-olds help create critical thinking. That is why I am here to support the Educator Retention for Student Success bill. So without breaking up with DCPS, I am taking a break. This year, I've decided to substitute teach and seek out schools that do not take standardized testing as seriously as the school I was in. And I wanted to seek out relationships and practices that can make teaching feel sustainable again. For me, social emotional wellness of both students and teachers is a huge factor in teacher retention, especially when our job is so high stakes. While I taught 5th grade for the past 2 years, half of my students were not on grade level and 1/3 barely came to school. Because of over-testing, we didn't have time to help students get on grade level. Because of over-testing, students didn't want to come to school, and students felt discouraged and defeated from their test scores. The Educator Retention Bill is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but it can make a difference if it takes into account that wellness needs to be for admin, teachers, students, parents as a whole. A wellness coordinator at the school can help admin and teachers feel supported so we can recommend students for serious behavior issues. A wellness coordinator can also empower parents to be engaged in their children's education. I want to get back to my original comparison of dating. We are at a breaking point and things might not work out, but the Educator retention bill might be the couples therapy we need to repair. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Miles. Don't disappear because I may have a question for you when we're done with the this group of witnesses. Jeffrey Credit.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Credit. I'm the founder and CEO of Community Educational Research Group, which is community-based centers, childcare centers in Ward 7 and 8. I'd like to thank the council for this opportunity. Whether we're talking about family structure, 50-story high-rise, or governments in far-flung countries, stability is the cornerstone of any great endeavor. It is no difficult with staffing in any business, but particularly with the field of education. Children grow and thrive when wrapped in security of daily structure and familiarity. This structure begins with the child's teacher. The familiarity of seeing the same warm, welcoming face every day reassures, calms, and makes the child more receptive to learning. That familiarity also provides comfort to a child, which allows him or her to perform to their best maximum level. Teacher turnover is a barrier to all of these things. And we're not just talking about teachers in DCPS and charter. Of course, we're talking about early care and education teachers also. Teacher turnover rate in urban areas ranges from 19 to 30%. Roughly 40% of new teachers leave the profession within the first 5 years, and 10% leave in year 1. Effective teacher retention strategies could save school districts millions of dollars a year. Teacher turnover can be caused from a variety of factors: inadequate preparation, a lack of effective mentoring, pressure of test-based accountability, which we just heard about, low salaries, feeling of being unappreciated and undervalued, poor teaching additions, and poorly disciplined, out-of-control children. Considering these factors, it comes as no surprise that teachers have become displeased, disencouraged, and overwhelmed. According to MetLife Survey of American teachers, teacher job satisfaction has dropped 15% over the past decade, and the percentage of teachers who say they are likely to leave the profession has increased by 12%. Discipline is also a major factor. Many children come to school high, angry, combative, and with the shadow of violence and ever-present threat in the school system. I've known many teachers who have left the profession due to these factors alone. Hiring new teachers is not a minor expense. Investments in professional development and curriculum improvements are costly necessities associated with this process. Studies estimate that replacing teachers costs $20,000 per teacher for urban districts. Those investments do not often pay their full dividends due to the rising number of first and second year teachers leaving the field. The most effective answers to teacher retention issues is increasing support for new teachers. This includes teacher development, mentoring, and adequate administrative support. Programs in which new teachers are able to receive one-on-one guided counsel from more experienced professionals have proven to increase teacher retention and provide teachers with greater perception of success within the profession. A study of California schools that worked to retain teachers found that high-quality induction and mentoring programs reduced attrition by 26% in just 2 years. Multiple studies show the beginning teachers who participate in mentoring and induction activities are less likely to change schools and less likely to leave the occupation within the first year. And I see my time is up, so I will go ahead and stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was about to cut you off. I don't have
I knew you were.
I don't have a copy of your statement, so if you would provide that, that would be helpful.
Yes, I emailed it maybe about an hour and a half or so ago.
Okay. Thank you. Monica Mayo James, Lucia Applequist.
Hi, yes, I'm here. My camera's not working for today. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Or we can.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for hearing us. My name is Lucia Applequist. I am a fourth-year educator here in DC. First 2 years working in a public charter school, now working in a public school in Columbia Heights. My first year teaching was during the 2020 school year, so we were virtual for the first 6 months or so of school, and then hybrid model for select students. And I opted to work in person for the entire school year. So I worked in an empty classroom from September to March. I taught virtually for just under 5 hours a day, and then I had 2 hours to plan and prep. And I only had one course that I was teaching. I had no hallway duty, side conversations, behaviors to manage. A lot of the magic was gone out of that school year, but I did see myself able to do my job. That quickly changed when the hybrid model came in and I had student behaviors to manage. And subsequent years of teaching has shown me that this job has just gotten harder and harder and harder. But I did have that beginning experience of what could be a model flexible schedule for teaching. So I'm proposing, or I'm supporting, the flexible scheduling bill for teachers to be expanded. And I believe that DCPS should give an honest accounting of how many schools consult teachers and say that they would like to pursue it when they're pursuing the flexible schedule modeling. Based on responses by teachers, funding could be allocated for that because there are many different models and not every school has the same needs. In hearing all of these other testimonies, I believe that teachers should have mental health leave, but we have to ask ourselves, adding an additional leave for mental health, even though it's beneficial and necessary, do we want our teachers to need to ask for this? Do we want that? Do we want the people that teach our children, that are in charge of the future of America, unable to do our jobs because we're way too stressed out to even come to school during the day? So a measure like changing teacher schedules might be a little bit more of a sustainable option long term, instead of just continuing to give mental health leave, even though I do believe that mental health leave is incredibly necessary. Let's see, I see my time is running out. Honestly, it's been incredibly frustrating to be a teacher the last 4 years because I love this job. I have been involved in advocacy and had similar hearings, and we have asked for things over and over again: more funding, more time to plan, lesser workloads. So our educators deserve the best, and I hope that finally you will hear us and help. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Applequist. Mariana Murray, Carly Sessoms. Ms. Sessoms.
Hello, my name is Carly Sessoms, and I am a Ward 5 resident, a current DCPS teacher, DCPS parent, and an Empowered Ed Fellow. I became a teacher after serving in senior leadership roles in the public sector and have been a small business owner. As a classroom teacher, I have gained a profound understanding of the critical role educators play in our community. Teaching is the hardest job I've ever had. The challenges we face are complex, and it is imperative that our voices are heard. Educators find themselves navigating a tumultuous period marked by upheaval and transitions. Unfortunately, instead of proactive support from education leaders, the prevailing sentiment among educators is that we are expected to deliver better outcomes without sufficient consideration for our well-being. The strain on educators is evident as we grapple with a lack of mental health support and the demands of a punitive evaluation system, such as the impact evaluation system. Additionally, the shortage of staff in school buildings often compels educators to sacrifice our planning periods, hindering our ability to maintain a work-life balance. Compounding the issue is the feeling among educators that our voices go unheard. Even when we offer feedback, the response is often inadequate, contributing to a sense of frustration and disillusionment. This neglect has led to an exodus of dedicated teachers who, despite their love for teaching and students, feel compelled to leave due to the overwhelming challenges and lack of appreciation. The educator exodus is not an abstract concern. It directly impacts DC schools, students, and families. Failing to prioritize and support teachers perpetuates cycles of trauma in our community, hindering the overall effectiveness of our education system. To address this crisis, the Educator Retention for Student Success Act proposes critical measures such as uplifting the wellness coordinator position, implementing staff mental health days, and providing technical assistance for educator wellness in schools. These policy changes are essential to creating a workable environment for teachers and emphasizing human-centered nature of education. Furthermore, the alarming teacher turnover in DC is exacerbated by the post-COVID era. The need for mental health support is emphasized. and the proposal for at least 2 explicit mental health days for every DCPS educator is put forth. I am proud to be an Empowered Ed Fellow this year and witness the positive impact of educator well-being work being done with our partner schools. The success stories from partner schools demonstrate the tangible benefits of investing time, attention, and resources in staff well-being. I urge the council to consider these perspectives seriously and urgency. The well-being and retention of educators are crucial for the success of our education system and the overall health of our community. These legislative measures, if enacted thoughtfully and comprehensively, have the potential to bring about positive change and make DC a great place for educators, which means it will be a great place for students. The time for action is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sessoms. Dieter Lehman Morales.
Yes, thank you, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Dieter Lehman Morales, and I am a 10th grade social studies teacher at Columbia Heights Education Campus in Ward 1. I am here as an Empower Ed organizer, a member of the Washington Teachers Union, and as an advising neighborhood commissioner to speak in favor of bills 25-200 and 25-0499. As a second-year educator in the district who entered the profession after the pandemic, I support this first bill because it would grant educators like myself 16 hours of mental health leave per school year that is separate from our sick bank. As any teacher anywhere will tell you, we cannot be at our best for our students if we are unable to look after our own mental health. And this bill will encourage more educators to seek the help they need without feeling stigmatized or feeling that they have to prioritize other uses for their sick leave. Teachers are also taught to lead by example, so what better way to demonstrate to our students that they should also be mindful of their own mental health? Additionally, as a 31-year-old educator of color who switched careers to go to teaching, I support Bill 25-0499 because while I myself would be ineligible for the program as the bill is currently written, this bill would entice more individuals to do what I did and teach in the district while reducing the student loan gap between educators of color and not. This bill also presents the District of Columbia with an opportunity to lead on an issue where our national leaders continue to fail us. We can't be expected to rely on the federal government any longer to do the right thing and provide meaningful student loan relief. I call on the DC Council to expand the eligibility of the program so it doesn't just apply to those currently enrolled in postgrad programs. Lastly, I know both of these bills are meant to address teacher retention and recruitment in the district, and I applaud the council's efforts on this front. But I would be remiss if I did not also ask the council to put additional pressure on DCPS and the mayor to come to the bargaining table and negotiate with our union. A fair and forward-thinking contract will also go a long way towards retaining and recruiting the talent that DC schools are known for and will be known for years to come. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and I yield the rest of mine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morales. Dr. Gabrielle Swisher.
Chairperson Mendelson and Committee of the Whole members, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Dr. Gabrielle Swisher, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow with the MedStar Georgetown Center for Wellbeing in School Environments, known as WISE. I am testifying today on behalf of our center, which is made up of mental health professionals and currently partners with 29 public and charter schools across the district to enhance the well-being of students, families, and educators through whole school programming. Over the past few years, our multidisciplinary team has increasingly shifted focus to the well-being of educators, not only because of the direct impact we can make on educators themselves, but also because of the trickle-down effect it has on students and on the culture and climate of classrooms and schools. I present my testimony today to strongly support this bill and advocate for meaningful investment in the mental health and well-being of educators. It is no surprise that our educators are extremely stressed, continuing to resonate the impact of a global pandemic and being on the front line of the youth mental health crisis in our nation. In fact, more children initially present with a mental health need within the K-12 school system than any other single entity. Educators are more likely than any other professions to experience burnout, mental health conditions, stress-related health concerns, and turnover. Unfortunately, this does not bode well for the future of education or our children. Teacher stress, burnout, and coping are associated with student outcomes, including disruptive behaviors and academic performance, and teachers' stress and well-being is likely directly associated with students' academic and socio-emotional competence. This means that right here, right now, students are suffering because teachers are suffering. In addition, if educator stress and turnover continues at this level, we will see fewer and fewer young people choosing education as a worthwhile career path. This means that 5, 10, 15 years from now, children may be learning in larger classroom sizes with even less access to safe, responsive adults. This is not a bright future, and it's not one I want to imagine. In order to make meaningful, lasting change, we need to deeply invest in whole school models of support. To respond to the alarming state of educators in DC, WISE developed a multi-tiered system of support for educator well-being, which has now been implemented in dozens of DC schools over the last 3 years. Our impact data from this last year demonstrates significant improvements in mental health systems, relationships boosted amongst colleagues, and enhanced emotional regulation skills for educators. One illustrative quote from one of these educators is stated, "I used to run out of the classroom crying, but I was able to stay in place the last time I was having a meltdown." And I'll end with, educators deserve a system designed to value their humanity, wellness, and critical role in shaping the future of our society. We must invest in educators so that they feel invested in the work. If not, we risk educators continuing to feel overstressed and undervalued, and thus more motivated to leave school communities where young people need them to learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Dr. Swisher. Robert Alston.
Thank you all so much for this opportunity, to the council and to the staff. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm excited to have the opportunity to testify today in support of the Executive Retention for Student Success Act. I, on behalf of ASME Local 2921 members, I applaud Council members Robert White, Charles Allen, and all the council members who signed on to this bill for listening to the educators and crafting legislation that addresses major concerns. While we appreciate the teachers and administration of DC Public Schools, I'm here to speak on behalf of the paraprofessionals that I serve, the scholars of the District of Columbia Public Schools. The members that I represent are the educational aides, behavior techs, in-school suspension coordinators, assistant strategy and logistic coordinators, administrative aid, office clerks, technology aides, and library assistants. While our fight may be a little different from teachers, but we still have a fight in this matter. The paraprofessionals in the District of Columbia are the lowest paid personnel in DC. Additionally, since No Child Left Behind was put in place, they were made to have at least an associate's degree or pass a paraprofessional exam, and their pay was not changed even with those requirements. Even though these employees are part-time workers that work 70 hours per pay period, their work months 9 months, within 3 months with no pay, unemployment, or not able to provide for their families. While we appreciate the opportunity for paraprofessionals to be employed during the pandemic, we must also remember that they were the ones on the front lines who covered care classes, did home visits, passed out work packages, passed out computer devices while contracting COVID. Remember, while teachers were home and paraprofessionals were still at work in the building, answering phones, and still assisting our scholars and parents in the midst of the pandemic. This is essential and long overdue. Our paraprofessionals and aides work exceedingly hard, represent the future of our teachers' workforce, and are critical to everyday student success. They have been asked to go way above and beyond during the past few years, yet continue to make sub-living wages salaries. The task force will strengthen our hand in bargaining by establishing independent and need for higher paraprofessional pay. The executive's assertion is counter-historical and ignores the fundamental truth that legislation regularly plays a role in establishing a floor for labor negotiations, both locally and federally. We have hundreds of local and federal laws that set minimum labor practices standards that in no way undermine collective and bargaining. As the president of ASME Local 2921, I argue that the paraprofessional task force wouldn't undermine their bargaining process, but simply strengthen our hand in it by providing independent research into the issue. This legislation wouldn't require bargaining to agree on 2 mental health days, since the other DC employees receive more personal days than we receive right now. It simply sets a floor that there cannot be fewer than 2. The government may not set a paraprofessional pay rate, but it's still well within your right to study the issue and make recommendations. I hope that you will do that because of our paraprofessionals, and they deserve it. We're grateful for this time and this bill and the flexibility. I know I'm past my time, but I thank you as you all will look into this proposed bill and to help paraprofessionals make a living in the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Alston. So we'll have a 5-minute round for questions. Let me see, where do I want to start here? I'm using up my time right now. No, start the clock. It's on me. Ms. Rahman, if you're still here, you made a statement that the gap between paraprofessional pay and the cost of living in DC is worse than all but 4 states. Where does that statistic come from? Ms. Rahman, are you here? I won't get that answer.
Chairman Mendelson, can I help support that? Robert Alston, the president, have asked me.
Only if it's quick and if you know that it's worse than all but 4 states.
It is quick because when we did research on that, we're lower than Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, and Virginia.
So this is research that you did?
This is research that I did to show that we were 40% behind in pay than those 4 jurisdictions, and we have to have the most qualifications.
All right, thank you. Zari Ely, I have a quick question. You said that you were a recently departed educator. Why did you leave?
Yes, for a multitude of reasons. Frankly, the biggest reason being depression. That was in a large part due to trying to maintain bills and work-life balance, which wasn't possible with what I was being paid as an educator. I do love my job now. I still work in education. I'm still able to see my students from time to time, and that's great, but working as a teacher was just not sustainable for me. Yes.
I know that's helpful. I appreciate that. I would ask a similar question of Miss Miles, May Miles, except you explained in your testimony that you needed to take a break. You felt burned out. But I wanted to ask you, so substitute teaching right now, I hear so many complaints about how substitute teaching is so poorly paid. That works for you?
No, I'm getting support from my family because I expressed that I really love teaching and I don't want to give it up. I went to grad school, and I'm committed to teaching, but I just don't know if it will be with DCPS. Just before I think to make that decision, I wanted to see if there are other schools. So in my first week of substitute teaching, I got to experience Francis Stevens School Without Walls, Oyster Adams, and Cardozo. So each of these schools have very different cultures, and just to kind of get a sense of, will this school test students in a way that feels like it's going to compromise their overall education. And for Francis Stevens and for Oyster Adams, because most of these children are from, I think, more middle-class families, they will do okay on the standardized test. Therefore, there's not an emphasis to teach to the test, prep them for the test, and make them feel like the test is everything. Whereas at my old elementary school, that was the pressure that I experienced.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that, and I have to be mindful. I only have a minute left, and I had actually wanted to ask somebody else a question. You did say in your statement, you decided to seek out schools that do not take standardized testing as seriously as the school I was in. What does that mean? it suggests that the school that you were teaching in took standardized testing too seriously. What does that mean?
We had 38 different RCTs in my first year of teaching, and that was in 2021. And I learned that some schools don't do RCTs. It's an elective way of teaching. Like most schools have to take PARC, and I think iReady is a mandated test, and I think also ANET. But there are other tests that are selective, and my old school opted in on every single test possible. So my students did nothing but prepare for tests, take tests, and having us go over test questions.
Thank you. I'm over my time. Let me see. I've lost my list. I think Mr. Parker, you were next.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Miles, I want to pick up there. At your school with the number of assessments that you're taking, were you clear as an educator about the purpose of those various assessments?
Yes, as far as I know, that it was my impact scores to see how students test on their iReady. I also had ESL students, so my ESL students took all the tests: iReady, DIBELS, reading inventory, RCT, ANET, PARC. On top of all of that, they had to take WIDA ESL assessment tests to see if they were able to test out of English language learners. And depending on how the school year started, we looked at their mid-year and then end of the year to see the growth. So it wasn't like my students, fifth grade students, who had a grade 1 reading and math level. I didn't have to get them up to grade 5, but it was more so like, did they grow to grade levels? And that would be fine. I would be more than happy to help those students to make those grade level jumps. But if I am solely teaching to the test, I have no time to fill in on those foundational skill sets that they need to rise. Yeah.
No, I got you. That's helpful. I know, and I'm of the mind that assessments have value and they can be instructive for teachers. What is not always apparent is whether teachers are clear on the purpose of the assessments, one, and two, how those assessments are being used. And so if you were feeling that they were more summative and to evaluate your performance versus inform your performance, maybe that might contribute to a level of anxiety, which pushes more teachers out of the classroom. And that is something that we should certainly follow up with. I wanted to come to Ms. Wattenberg. It's great to see you again. Are you still here?
I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Okay, so I just would say for the record, thank you for your work years ago in helping to elevate the issue of teacher retention in the district. You recommended exit surveys and that they should be independently implemented by either the SBOE or the auditor. How do you envision that happening across sectors?
Well, the State Board of Education, of course, did one. And I think Fraser O'Leary was talking about how we weren't able to get all of the exiting teachers' contact information. And I forget the details, and I think that was an issue, but we did get a lot. And with the support of the LEAs or VASI, whoever was the contractor would be able to get it. And the reason it's important, and I would say it's important for the exiting teachers, but also more generally, is, when teachers leave, as everybody here has talked about, it's for reasons. It has to do with the school climate. It has to do with the way they're treated. It has to do with whether or not they can access the support and curriculum and so on they need to help their students and feel.
And I do get that, but just walk me through. So I was there when we were struggling to even get access to the teachers unions data But let's say there was a world where DCPS said, okay, our teachers that are leaving our system, where I would imagine it would be hard for them to mandate that they would participate in a state board run survey, and the same would be true for each independent LEA. I guess I'm just trying to wrap my mind around how that will work in practice, where you would have a function via the state board to be able to survey teachers as they are leaving throughout the year at different times of the year. Or is the recommendation more so that the state board or the auditor has access to data so that they can follow up with teachers?
You know, I think either could work. I don't have a particular opinion on which is best, so what logistics work best. I do think that on this, you're suggesting that maybe people don't want to talk in an exit interview, and I would say, obviously you can't make someone talk in an exit interview, but my experience is teachers really want to have serious exit interviews and would very much do it in a setting where they felt like they could be candid.
Gotcha.
And the information will be taken seriously. So I think the logistics are very doable. You know, you just have to, the LEAs have to agree, and that may require you all to tell them they must, but it's super important.
And I would just say there is a value to that information and data. To everyone that is testifying, thank you. And I am out of time.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. You get a gold star for noticing that. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I also am going to start with Ms. Wattenberg, and also by thanking her for all of the work that she's done, in particular on this issue of teacher turnover and teacher retention. I also was grappling with how it works, because I do think the point you made about the importance of independence is compelling. When you show one survey that was done and it gives a kind of Delphic response, and another that gives a clear, important response, and how you get around that. Is the survey, is it that it's exit interviews, or is it a written survey? That the way in which these things are done?
So you're slightly taxing my memory, since this was all done several years ago, but it's all findable. And my what I do remember is I think we did initial written surveys through email. I know we also followed up with focus groups, in-person focus groups. I think it was right before the pandemic, if I'm remembering. And there were some phone surveys. So there was a real effort to try to get as many people as we could and talk to them in some different settings. And I think Scott also may have some recollection of how that worked. And I'll just say, you know, pollsters, survey researchers, they know how to do this stuff. I know that when we were doing this, you know, we had to work through a lot of issues, but they're very work throughable. The only real barrier is the LEAs. So I don't know if that's really what you're trying to get at, but that's.
I mean, it helps, because part of what I was thinking as I've been hearing the testimony is, well, I want the survey to be written by somebody who's independent so that it gets clear answers. And the way in which you're talking about it, where there's a written survey and then there's follow-up, I want the data to be transparent so that folks can see it and interpret it. So maybe a way to do it is, there's a survey that's approved by the state board, that the state board gets all of the data. The state board has the authority to conduct focus groups and follow up kinds of things, but that the implementer at the front end might be the LEA. And that way you could reach all of the LEAs, but you could also make sure that you had a survey that was going to be meaningful, and then access to the data. So I'm making it up as I go along, but like Councilmember Parker, I'm grappling with, I agree with you about what should be done. How is it that we get it done, and how do we reflect it in this legislation?
You know, as I recall, we had a group, sort of an advisory group. I remember, I think Aussie was in it, DCPS was in it, some charter school leaders were in it, some teachers were in it, where we sort of went through what the survey would be. And we had an independent, it wasn't the state board staff doing it. It was an independent professional survey consultant. And so together that group created a survey that I think ultimately everybody agreed was reasonable, fair, got at all the issues. The LEAs were involved in it. So there's ways to do the process, and I'd be happy to talk further on it. And I know there's all kinds of records at the board, and for sure at the end, there were documents. I mean, you could look, it was anonymous, but you could see, here's what the responses were from different people. I believe, I believe there's also videos.
All right, well, that's great, because I do think we should look back at that and think about what were the lessons learned from that.
We learned a lot. We learned a lot from doing it. I think the board really just started doing it. And then came the pandemic, and I would consider, I think you should consider kind of making, the board, or it could be the auditor, but somebody should be doing regular surveys like this, I think. So.
Okay, super helpful. I'm going to try to sneak with my last 40 seconds to Mr. Goldstein. One of the things on the wellness coordinators, and the representative from OSSI talks a little bit about this, but and many of the witnesses have spoken to keep the $500,000 in grants. Is the idea that the $500,000 in grants is the vehicle to have the wellness coordinators, or is it additive to the mandate of, do you see it as additive to the mandate of the 25 coordinators at DCPS? And related to that, if there are 25 coordinators at DCPS, is that additional funding to DCPS to provide it, or is that absorbed by DCPS to pay for it? And I think the OSSI person spoke to the overlap of a different position, the school behavior position. So can you speak to that suite of issues?
There are two different things here. One is the wellness coordinators, which is in the bill currently, the 25 people, and that would need to be funded through the budget. We'd be happy for that to go to additional schools, but that's what's in the bill. The educator wellness technical assistance grants are not in this bill. What everybody was testifying about is that should be added. It's along the same theme as this bill here, but it's not in the bill now. And that's the $500,000 per year. So both of those are important. And just quickly to the exit surveys, it's that charters and DCPS should both have to be doing it. And you just say that here's the 6 basic questions that everybody has to ask, for example. The LEAs can ask whatever additional questions they want, but there's going to be one person that collects it. And at least these set of questions, everybody's going to get a same set of data around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much. Let me start there, and I apologize if this was answered and I missed it. The DC Public Charter School Board always says, hey, we can't force schools to do anything. Mr. Goldstein, do you have thoughts on how we can require the charters to do some level of teacher survey?
Yeah, for sure. Actually, there's a great analogy here, which is the school climate surveys. OSSI for years, there was a demand for school climate surveys to be done across sector. There was a worry about whether that would be okay with public charter school autonomy. And OSSI has decided now to go ahead and that they will do a single school climate survey for all schools across LEAs, both DCPS and charter, for future inclusion in things like the school accountability framework. So they can do exactly the same thing here. OSSI can say, we're the cross-sector state education agency. So we're going to do a teacher retention survey across sector. That could be OSSI, it could be state board, it could be the auditor, as Ruth suggested, but that here's a set of questions, and all the LEAs have to do it. You can do as much as you want beyond what we're mandating. You can ask additional questions that are particular to your LEA, but everybody has to collect this minimum set of data.
Would that put an administrative burden on charter schools?
Usually this would be, I mean, you could have an outside contractor that does it, so there's no cost to them, as long as they give the data access so that they can access the teacher emails, or they can choose to do it themselves.
Thank you. Mr. Alston, I appreciated your testimony. For some context, what role do paraprofessionals play in the classroom? Why is their presence important? Mr. Alston, are you still with us? Robert Alston? All right,
It's gone.
man, needed him. Okay, Ms. Cordatu, thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry to hear about the challenges you've had. Are you still with us?
We think she's gone.
Okay. Ms. Hargraves, I think, are you still here? There we are.
Yes, I am.
There we are. I apologize. Your testimony was now a while ago. I think there were some of the aspects of what we're trying to do in this legislation you've been doing in your school. Am I recalling that correctly?
We have a wellness coordinator through Empower Ed. Yes.
Excellent. How has that been working, and what have you learned that could be replicated in other schools that would benefit teachers in a meaningful way?
The third party aspect is crucial because we have union, we have teachers, and we have administrators. And at this point, the line is very blurry between the three, and there is tension between the three, and Empower Ed and other wellness groups like them as a third party non stakeholder in what is happening like in our schools, coming in and being able to say like, hey, your teachers need this and your administrators need this. That mediation is crucial to rebuilding trust that has been lost at a lot of our schools, and again has pushed things that teachers have been asking for and administrators have been hoping to push forward, or the union has been hoping to push forward. But once we had that third party there to say like, hey, everyone wants the phones gone, the phones were gone within a month. So I think that third party element is really important. And again, the wellness like of teachers, you can't necessarily go to your boss and say like, I'm having a hard time, or I'm feeling depressed, or I'm feeling anxious, or whatever. You need that third party, that person does not have a stake on your salary, your job, your impact score. It's all too high stakes within this classroom.
Well, then what can that person do? So if a teacher is stressed, burnt out, anxious, and you have a wellness coordinator, how does the wellness coordinator help to resolve that issue?
Providing support, both, again, we have hired an outside mental health trained professional that is available at our school on Thursdays. And again, those people are very few and far between in the greater outside world. So that is a huge component. And then secondly, again, as a mediator, bridging that bond and saying like, hey, we need 2 mental health days, as we saw at, I believe it was Wells, IW Wells, implementing those 2 mental health days is something that your teachers want. And so therefore give that to them based on this third party. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And let me thank former school board member Ruth Wattenberg, who has put a lot of time and attention into this issue. Thanks to this entire panel. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to this panel of witnesses for your testimony. If Ms. Ely is still here, I see your box, but I don't necessarily.
I'm here.
Okay, great. I believe in your testimony, you talked about how your recommendation was to change some of the, remove some of the requirements in terms of the student loan bill. Is it your recommendation that there be no income threshold?
No, not there should be no income threshold, but at the very least that it should be increased. I think Carolyn had also talked about a specific dollar amount, and I believe it was 100,000.
Okay. I think it was, so when I think about who is offering student loan relief opportunities across various parts of DC, right? On the federal side, you have the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which doesn't have an income requirement. It's just in terms of your service. On Capitol Hill, various member offices offer, student loan repayment. Even at the council, we offer student loan repayment for our employees as well. And so I definitely see where you're coming from in terms of making it as broad as humanly possible. Of course, there are always the critics of, why are we giving student loan relief to individuals who can afford it? Although I don't think that that is necessarily the case for educators, but I wanted to give anyone else an opportunity to sort of weigh in here. Is 100,000 sufficient, or should we try to lift it even further? Anyone?
I'm going to weigh in really quickly and say that the 100,000 is a place to start.
Okay.
If the dollar amount can be lifted further, in a real-time situation, if we're really trying to impact teachers and they're being able to afford to stay in the industry, to pay back student loans, to live, in DC as opposed to having to live outside of DC, wherever we can raise the ceiling, then we should do that.
There's a joys of going after several colleagues. Many of them have already taken some of the questions that I had. But Mr. Bose, while you're here, sort of off topic, sort of similarly on topic because of some of the testimony that you gave, it sounds as though you're alluding to the fact that the situation in terms of Duke Ellington's teachers' salaries has not yet been resolved.
Has not been fully resolved. That is correct.
All right. All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll give back my time, but thank you again to all of you for taking time to testify today.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I don't believe there are any other council members lurking around on the hearing, so we're going to move on to the government witness. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. A couple of you, I think, did not have your statements. We're going to send them, so please remember to do that. And your testimony has been helpful. I suspect I'll see some of you again in a week or so when we have our next hearing on teacher retention. I'm now going to call Elizabeth Ross, who is the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning at OSSI. And before you start, give us just a second. Robert, you ready? Not that it matters. When you're ready, why don't we begin? Good evening. No. Yes.
How's that?
Yes.
Good evening. Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Elizabeth Ross, and I am proud to be the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning for the Office of the State Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. It's my pleasure to join you today to discuss two bills: the Educator Retention for Student Success Act of 2023 and the Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act of 2023. Both bills under discussion today aim to provide incentives and assistance to support the educator workforce in the District of Columbia. OSSI plays an important role in developing and retaining the educator workforce. We establish regulations for educator preparation and teacher licensure. We oversee the Grow Your Own teacher preparation and teacher apprenticeship, teacher pipeline programs. We collect and publish statewide data on the educator workforce, and we provide professional development opportunities to district educators. In addition, this year, following the collective bargaining agreement between the District of Columbia Public Schools and the Washington Teachers Union, we are overseeing the disbursement of more than $70 million to retroactively and prospectively compensate public charter school teachers and staff. At OSSI, we recognize that teachers are the single most important factor in a child's education. Education opens the doors to opportunity and the life path of one's choosing. Our work is designed to provide an educational ecosystem that enables both students and teachers to thrive. The Educator Retention for Student Success Act contains a multitude of ideas. It requires DCPS to offer 2 paid days off of work to teachers for mental health, and to create a new administrative position, the Wellness Coordinator, in 25 of its schools. It establishes a paraprofessional compensation task force, funds a flexible scheduling pilot program, and requires DCPS to develop and administer an exit survey to departing teachers. Subtitles related to the last 2 provisions were included in the fiscal year 2024 Budget Support Act. DCPS is currently moving forward with its annual exit surveys. OSSI appreciates that the proposed legislation and related FY24 BSA subtitle place responsibility for developing and administering the survey with DCPS. Local educational agency and school staff are best positioned to understand what data will be most useful to gather, to interpret the data based on their individual education environment, and to act upon the data to improve their school and workplace environment. OSSI is actively moving forward with implementing the flexible scheduling pilot program. We worked diligently to develop the grant application since receiving access to the funds in October. The grant announcement will be published in the District of Columbia Register this Friday, November 24th, 2023, and the grant will remain open from December 15th through January 31st. I would like to publicly thank my team and OSSI's Office of Grants Management for their exceptional work in efficiently developing and deploying the grant application. Because of these efforts, OSSI anticipates meeting Council's March 15th, 2024 grant award deadline. And through the administration of this pilot program, we expect to ascertain a great deal about the impact of flexible scheduling on teaching and learning in the district. OSSI is eager to learn more, and we look forward to sharing the results of our findings with Council in 2026. As a former DC public school teacher, I know from personal experience that teaching can be a stressful job. As such, I appreciate the sentiment behind Title I of this bill. Nonetheless, there are significant issues with the approach taken by the legislation that we urge Council to assess as it considers this bill. Section 102 requires DCPS to offer 2 mental health days to full-time educators. As the state educational agency, we do not oversee benefits packages for LEAs, and we believe it is best for LEAs to be able to craft compensation and benefits packages tailored to their individual workforce needs. Simultaneously, I will note that DCPS sick leave, which includes mental health leave, is part of the WTU negotiated union contract. If Council were to move forward with requiring a set amount of sick leave for mental health or other purposes, this would limit DCPS's autonomy. Additionally, Council should be mindful that this provision would create inequalities across the public and public charter school sectors in DC. Section 103 of this bill establishes wellness coordinators in DCPS. This provision also creates sectoral inequalities, as it will either create an unfunded mandate for DCPS or fund additional administrative support positions for DCPS schools that are not provided to charter schools. Additionally, the responsibilities of the wellness coordinator would significantly overlap with the school behavioral health coordinator. Therefore, while OSSI appreciates the focus on wellness, this is a growing need both in our schools and in our society. We question whether this is the most effective and equitable path to providing such supports. Title II of this legislation seeks to establish a task force on paraprofessional compensation. Paraprofessionals serve vital roles in our educational ecosystem, providing critical support for our teachers of record and support to students who need the most care and attention. OSSI, with the support of Mayor Bowser and the Council, recently established multiple pathways to support paraprofessionals in the district. In spring 2022, OSSI launched DC's inaugural Grow Your Own Teacher Preparation Program to help paraprofessionals, alongside high school students and other high school graduates, earn the needed additional credentials to enter the teaching profession in DC. In fall 2024, OSSI aims to launch our Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program to provide approximately 100 apprentices the opportunity to pursue a tuition-free education degree while engaging in on-the-job learning in DC schools. OSSI engaged with paraprofessionals in designing this program, and we believe it is a responsive pathway that will allow them to secure a free teaching credential while maintaining employment. Additionally, in 2021, OSSI launched the DC Futures Program. This program provides last dollar scholarships, tuition, fees, cost of attendance, to low to moderate income DC residents who are pursuing their first associate or bachelor's degree in a high demand major at one of 3 DC universities. The DC Futures Program has proven to be a valuable support for residents who are pursuing or hoping to pursue a teaching career. Education is the second most popular field of study for DC future students, with approximately a quarter, 26%, pursuing education degrees. If council moves forward with this legislation, OSSI would responsibly convene the paraprofessional task force, just as we recently convened the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Task Force and the Early Literacy Task Force. Our current education system, which prioritizes choice and LEA autonomy, has been designed to encourage innovation and specialization, which allows LEAs to cater to their individual student and staff needs. Additional cost and staffing constraints limits LEA's ability to adapt to their unique student and workforce needs. Further, it's important to recall that unlike the early childhood educator workforce, DCPS paraprofessionals are members of a collective bargaining unit. The task force, which is to include DCPS, organized labor, and outside groups, including OSSI and the Public Charter School Board, would not be able to abide by collective bargaining confidentiality expectations. Under such circumstances, it is unclear who would be able to participate in the task force or how effective the task force's recommendations could be in setting paraprofessional pay scales. The second bill on the agenda today is the Student Loan Repayment Assistance for Educators Act of 2023. Teachers are at the core of all learning that occurs in our public schools, and public schools are essential not only to our democracy, but indeed to our society. As the leader of DC's State Office of Teaching and Learning, I have the tremendous honor of working to support the district's amazing educators every single day. Teaching provides many benefits that other professions do not, including the opportunity to make a positive difference in a young person's life, a joyful, stimulating environment where the days are never the same, and summer vacation. Yet teachers are not compensated as well as most professions that require comparable education credentials, which can present a barrier to teacher recruitment, particularly for individuals from economically disadvantaged backgrounds who are more likely to accrue greater student loan debt and have greater familial financial pressures. This bill seeks to compensate for this disparity by creating a loan repayment program for public school educators who meet certain eligibility requirements. A student loan repayment program would create a powerful teacher recruitment and retention incentive in the district. OSSI supports the goal of this legislation and appreciates Council's interest in providing financial incentives to support DC's educator workforce. If this legislation goes to markup, OSSI would like to provide the following ideas for Council's consideration. First, the definition of student education loan includes both private and federal student loans. If the bill intends to limit support to federal student loans, this should be made explicit. Second, we recommend striking the words "conduct regular surveys" in line 68, as it is unclear how a survey could ensure program compliance. Third, we encourage Council to reevaluate the eligibility criteria, as the current language risks discriminating against older teachers who enter the profession more than 2 years after completing college and excludes DC's current educator workforce. Fourth, the bill requires OSSI to withhold payment when the recipient has been granted deferment or forbearance, yet we know that borrowers frequently go in and out of deferment and forbearance. For example, millions of borrowers were recently placed into forbearance after a recent billing mistake by a student loan servicer. It's highly unlikely that student loan servicers will enter into dating sharing agreements with district government agencies, so we would not have a mechanism to easily enforce this provision. Fifth, we encourage Council to reevaluate the income eligibility requirements in line 82 and 84, as they impose a significant marriage penalty and should likely be raised to include a greater swath of the educator workforce. Sixth, the legislation does not explain how payments are to be determined. Is it to be a flat amount for every eligible educator or variable depending on the educator's student loan burden? Finally, the bill presently requires OSSI to establish an entirely new operation to oversee and process a student loan repayment program. This would be a considerable lift for our agency. We do not currently have the personnel, nor do we have the technical infrastructure to support such a program. To reduce the considerable administrative costs and protracted timeline for establishing a new office and infrastructure to issue these payments, OSSI recommends Council consider a direct payment process through the DC Office of Tax and Revenue. OTR already has district teachers' financial information, as well as the mechanisms, expertise, and infrastructure to cut numerous checks. Therefore, we believe there may be a path forward to achieving this legislation's laudable aim while reducing unnecessary administrative costs by tapping into OTR's expertise and infrastructure. I want to reiterate our support for the goal of this legislation and to offer to partner with Council to identify the most efficient, fair, and fiscally responsible path to achieving student loan support for district educators. There are many different potential incentives to increase teacher retention and recruitment, including paid days off work, sabbaticals, flexible scheduling, hiring bonuses, student loan forgiveness, housing assistance, increased leadership opportunities, high-quality professional learning and growth opportunities, performance and retention bonuses, recognition for excellence, and more. As Council reflects upon such ideas and balances the costs and benefits of such incentive programs, OSSE welcomes the opportunity to engage in the conversation and continue as a thought partner. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify this evening. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Do you go by Dr. Ross or Ms. Ross?
I go by Elizabeth Ross, or Ms. Ross is fine. Thank you.
Okay. It does say JD after your name.
That is correct. I am an attorney.
Makes me nervous. All right, the 10-minute round. Yes. Okay, so I think I'm going to take this in parts, and I'm actually working off your testimony. You don't offer much testimony regarding the flexible scheduling, although you do speak to it there, and the no, you do. Okay, so never mind. Let me start here. Exit surveys. So in your testimony, you basically are saying, maybe not because of the bill, but because of the testimony, hey, OSSE shouldn't do this, the LEA should do the exit surveys. But I thought it was pretty powerful, the testimony, that there are like 6 standard questions that we would ask, and we want to ask everybody. And how do we make sure that everybody's asked those questions? Actually, I kind of have to say while I'm sitting here, why do we have to pass a law to get LEAs to ask a question about why teachers are leaving? But there are a lot of LEAs and they don't all do it. So it would make sense for OSSE to do it. You say local education agency and school staff are best positioned to understand what data will be most useful to gather. And our experience over the last decade has been some of the LEAs have not been interested in collecting any data. So I think it comes back to, if we want to do this, and we want to do it from every LEA, and we want to have standard questions, it makes sense to say, hey, OSSE, you coordinate this.
Thank you so much for the question, Chairman. I really appreciate the allure of a uniform data set that would provide the city with information about why educators are exiting the profession. At the same time, I think it's very important to consider where OSSE sits in the context of educators. OSSE is not the employer of record of any DC educator, which means that OSSE is ill-equipped to remain in contact with those educators once they exit the profession. Unlike an employer who has good reason to maintain contact with its employees after it exits the profession.
Sure, but OSSE is in a position to say to each of the LEAs, are you asking these questions?
OSSE regularly collects quantitative data from our LEAs and is in a position to certainly continue to do that work. And I am very pleased and proud at the additional transparency we've provided about the educator workforce at large over the last couple of years by bringing in-house that census data collection and providing those quantitative data to the public.
So I see this as part of that.
From our perspective, this is actually quite a different data collection. The data collection that OSSE does in fall of every year, the faculty and staff data collection, is a census data collection that OSSE has been operating for 4 years only. And we are very proud that during that time, we have been able to get a comprehensive set of data about our educator workforce in DC. But it's quantitative data about the individuals who are currently in our school buildings and serving our students. Exit survey data are actually quite of a different order. Those are data from individuals who have already left the profession, are no longer in the school buildings. Prior to OSSI bringing in-house the faculty and staff data collection in fall of 2020, OSSI operated something called the Strategic Data Collaborative, which was a partnership with TNTP, at that time the New Teacher Project, and LEAs that elected to participate. So it was not a census data collection. And as part of that work, TNTP did do some work to do an exit survey of DC educators. And what we found is that those data were were completed by so few educators that they were unreliable and could not be used in order to responsibly inform policy decisions. And so we're in a position where not only do we not have a survey mechanism or a way to contact the educators once they have exited the profession, but also we have the lived experience of having watched the information that a third party was able to collect from educators after they exited the profession, and found those data not to be useful at a citywide level because so few educators completed the survey.
So then what do you recommend? That I think if we want this data, we have to pass a law. So what does the law say?
Well, I do think that the step that council has taken in regard to DCPS's exit survey data is great. And OSSI appreciates that that was appropriately rested at the employer level rather than at the citywide level.
So
rather
we
than with
amend that
OSSI.
statute to say every LEA rather than DCPS?
Well, I do think that this is a space where it makes sense to think about our charter schools and the level of autonomy that they are operating with. I also think this is a space where it makes sense to think about other entities in the city that might be well positioned to do this kind of work.
Like
and I think the RPP, the Research Collaborative and Partnership, might be very well positioned to do this work in a way that OSSI is not necessarily positioned to do.
All right, I'm not asking about OSSI at the moment. So I'm looking at the BSA subtitle, and it says by November 30th, 2024, and annually by November 30th thereafter, the chancellor shall publish an educator exit survey report that provides results of exit surveys from the previous school year and shall, and then it's a whole bunch of lines here. So to instead of say the chancellor shall publish, to say each LEA shall publish an educator exit survey report and in that way require it?
OSSI's position is that these data are most useful at the employer level. So our LEAs are in a position where not only can they determine what survey questions are going to drive meaningful improvements at the school and LEA level, but also query their educators about the extent to which an initiative might be actually
I'm not sure I'm
taking
disagreeing
effect.
with you that, and I can't believe I've spent 7 minutes on this question. I don't disagree with you on that, but the fact is that they're not asking the questions. So how do we get them to ask the questions? Do I get on the phone and call each one up every fall and say, oh, well, the years passed and you didn't ask the question? Or do I pass a law? So unless you can tell me why not to pass a law, I pass a law. So then what do? You say, don't put it on OSSI, put it on the LEA. So that's my question. I'm not so much looking for an OSSI position on this because you probably didn't come here with an OSSI position. I'm just asking you. So instead of saying the chancellor shall publish a report, say each LEA shall publish a report. Is that sort of the line that you're thinking?
Again, I think it is important to think writ large about what we're trying to accomplish with these data. And any situation, in order to change rates of retention in a workplace, you want to actually impact what's happening in a school building, in an LEA on a daily basis. And the LEAs are best positioned to do that. So they, from an LEA perspective, they are well positioned to ask the questions that will help drive improvements and help increase their teacher retention rates and query about other areas of interest based on work that they're doing to invest in the workforce.
All right, that didn't help me, but I'll move on. The flexible scheduling. So OSSI's putting out an RFP.
Correct.
And hope to award grants by March 15th.
We are on track to award grants
Okay,
by
now
March
I
15th.
authored this legislation and I don't remember the details. So we funded it in FY '24. Did we fund it through the financial plan? Do you know?
So currently OSSI is implementing the FY '24 budget and including this provision under the FY '24 budget. We're making grants under that provision, and the legislation stipulates that OSSI will operate this grant in the 23-24 school year as well as in the 24-25 school year, and then issue to council a report in February of 2026.
Okay, so Jones School, Smith Jones School applies for the grant and gets the grant. They are awarded the grant March 15th, 2024.
Correct.
That's like 3 months from now.
Correct.
It's also, help me here, isn't that 2/3 of the way through the school year?
Correct.
So what are we experiencing in terms of flexible scheduling? 3 months of flexible scheduling and we're going to learn from that? Or the grant is for the next school year as well, so.
Correct. So the legislation requires OSSI to implement a flexible scheduling pilot in both the 23-24 school year, 24-25 school year. We anticipate that LEAs that win the award this school year by March 15th, which again is the date stipulated in legislation, that they will have the opportunity to apply for continuation awards and earn that award for the 24-25 school year. We anticipate that they will use funds that they receive this year on March 15th in order to engage in the necessary planning in order to stand up and successfully operationalize a flexible scheduling pilot. There is some work that we are very interested in ensuring is done on the front end in order to help us provide council with a full evaluation of this program on the back end. And that includes engaging in pre and post surveys, engaging in work with the community and work with the educators about the impact of the flexible scheduling pilot. OSSI received these funds in October of 2023. And as I think this body knows, OSSI cannot build a grant until we actually are in receipt of the funds because we need to have that funding certification in order to move forward with the grant build. So we are working under the most aggressive timeline possible in order to get these funds out the door and meet the legislative timeline of March 15th for grant awards.
So what's going to happen for the last half of March and April and May and the first half of June before school gets out?
We anticipate that a lot of preparatory work will happen, including the LEAs who are award recipients will work with their communities, work with their educators to determine and design the flexible scheduling pilot and engage with community partners. We heard from many of the public witnesses today, and we know based on our research into flexible scheduling how important that kind of engagement on the front end is in order to make sure that flexible scheduling is not only meeting the educators' needs, but also meeting the needs of students and the community.
So basically those 3 months will be designing the program for school year 24-25.
That is correct.
And your report in 2026 will be based on school year 24-25.
That is correct.
Yeah, I have next round. I have to figure out who's here. No. Nice try. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much.
You weren't on the
Chairman
dais, so for a moment we didn't think you were here.
Yes, still here, still here. Thank you very much. Ms. Ross, I should be familiar, but I'm not really familiar. So you're the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, and you're here testifying on the issues in this bill, but what's the responsibility of that office? What kinds of things fall under your purview?
Thanks so much for the question. There are a number of things that fall under our purview. We invest heavily in the educator pipeline work. So I oversee our educator preparation Grow Your Own program, our educator preparation program approval, our educator data collection, including our data collection of from educators in all of our DC LEAs and our future teachers and school leaders enrolled in our educator preparation providers. I oversee all of our educator credentialing for our teachers, for our DC school leaders. I oversee our academic content and standards work. So our work around literacy, our work around math, our work around science, our work around social studies, our work around financial literacy. I oversee supports for our educators, both our general educators and our special educators, to help them meet the needs of our exceptional learners. And I oversee all of our Title III programming to help ensure that the needs of our English learners are being well met by our educators, that our educators are well prepared to support those learners. Additionally, I oversee our work to develop and implement social emotional learning standards.
So, and one of the things you said was you oversee gathering of certain data from educators.
We gather data from DC LEAs. So every fall we do a census data collection from all DC LEAs called the Faculty and Staff Data Collection.
And so it's just sort of census data about who's working for the LEAs.
That's exactly right. It's a quantitative data collection.
I see. And I think we're all grappling with on the exit survey. I mean, you touch a lot of teachers, and you were a teacher. I mean, have you heard any of the kinds of things that were talked about in the testimony? Some of the frustrations that teachers are experiencing, some of the stresses that they are experiencing relating, for example, to the evaluation system. Have you heard those kinds of claims before in your contact with teachers?
Thank you so much for this question, Representative Fruman. I am delighted to work in an ecosystem with so many smart, strong, exceptional educators. And I'm very lucky that in my role, I get to engage very regularly with many of our educators. I hear a lot from our educators about excellent things that are happening in classrooms across the city every single day. And I hear a lot about opportunities for improvement. Educators are not a monolith. So if you talk to 10 teachers, you are going to get 10 different responses about what different opportunities for improvement might be. And all of them are real. They are based on their real lived experiences. And I'm very fortunate in my role in that I get to hear all of that. And then I'm in a position where I get to analyze all of the quantitative data that we collect from our DC LEAs, because we know that anecdote is not the singular of data, and we get to prepare and publish those data in a number of different formats so that they can be well understood by this body and by other stakeholders across the city, including our LEAs and our educator preparation providers that are leveraging those data to make smart and strategic staffing decisions.
So, I mean, I think that's exactly what people are trying to do around this, is to get not just anecdotal data, but systematic data, and systematic data directly from the teachers about what it was that led them to leave. And so just as you value that data and your ability to analyze it, I think there is a hunger from others to get objective data on these questions, because they can inform our policies going forward. So I'm hoping that we can work together to try to figure out how to make this happen, where we can get this kind of data across our LEAs and reliable data, so that everybody can benefit from the data analysis that you value in your position. Do you think that it would be valuable to have an objective survey of every teacher who's left any of our LEAs, to get a sense not just of anecdote, but of a broad, full set of data about what drove them to leave? Do you think that would be valuable?
Thank you for this question, council member. I think it would be very valuable for their employer. I mean, for each individual LEA to have comprehensive data about the reason why teachers elected to stay year over year, which we are delighted to find that year over year our most effective teachers choose to remain in the classroom serving their students. That's a phenomenal finding. And that's one of the findings that we have by virtue of the quantitative data that my team collects from DC LEAs every year. So I do think these data are are potentially of great value to LEAs. I mean, as an employer, I am very interested in how my team perceives the working environment. And I imagine many of our LEAs are similarly interested in that information.
And do you think it's just valuable for the LEAs? Do you think that it would be valuable for the council? Do you think it would be valuable for people who are advocates around education issues that are so important to all of us and to us as a city? Do you think is it your thinking that if there's a survey, that it should be retained only by the employers and not be publicized?
I think it's most valuable for the employer. I do think there is value for others across the sector, particularly those who are in positions who are making decisions that influence the educator workforce and that have weight for the educator workforce. But again, I think this is a situation where by having one uniform data collection at the state level, we significantly risk the quality and validity of those data, given the challenges that we saw when we had one central entity collecting these data under the strategic data project, the SDP, that we did a number of years ago with TNTP. And my position on this is further informed by the fact that not every LEA elected to participate in that program. It was only LEAs that raised their hand and said, yes, I value these data and I want to participate in this program. And even with those LEAs with strong data cultures, we saw very low response rates on this exit survey, which meant that the data were not valid, not useful, and not reliable. And so I do think that in order for these data to be actionable, which is ultimately why we want these data, that they should be collected at the local level by the LEAs.
So, what did you make of former state board member Wattenberg's recitation about how one survey had been done and it was kind of internal and it came up with results that were different than the results when it was more independently done? And frankly, one of the things that the more independent survey revealed was dissatisfaction with the evaluation system that the internal survey may have not wanted to expose. But so what did you make of that experience that former state board member Wattenberg talked about?
I really appreciated former state board member Wattenberg's testimony, her response to questions, and her advocacy around issues related to teacher quality while she was on the state board. I always appreciated engaging with her on this topic and was pleased that while she was on the state board, we were able to publish so much quantitative data from OSSE's perspective. I do think that this is a space where it makes sense to be mindful of the fact that many of our LEAs are quite small. And as the individuals at the LEAs change over time, there may be issues associated with both what data may be able to be made public because of suppression issues and privacy concerns, and also there may just be really valid differences of opinion. Again, teachers, educators are not a monolith. They value different things. They make different decisions about whether to stay or whether to go, and have different priorities and different values. So I think that there is this is a space where it does make sense to attend to N size, or the number of educators that are in any sample queried at any point in time, in order to make sure that the data are valid and reliable.
Yeah, and I think that the proposed legislation makes very clear that protecting confidentiality is important, and so I'm sure those kinds of things would be at work. I have other questions, but I think it's late and my time is up, so I will turn it over to the next person. Thank you very much for your testimony, and thanks to all of the witnesses who testified today.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Ross, thank you for being with us today and for the work that you and your team are doing. How many mental health days do you think teachers need?
It's a great question. I think the answer to that question differs dramatically depending on the specific individual teacher that we're talking about. I think the number would range from 0 to more than 0.
How many mental health days do you think the teacher workforce needs? I understand every person is different, but how many mental health days do you think teachers should have?
Again, you know, that's a really challenging question to answer because every teacher work environment is different. And one of the things that we significantly benefit from in DC is not only the luxury of so much teacher choice, but so much educator choice. For a jurisdiction of our size to have north of 70 LEAs is an incredible opportunity for teachers to make decisions about the work environment that best fits their needs and their skill set.
All those valid points, but not valid to the question, which is how many mental health days? Do you think teachers need mental health days?
I think the answer to this question depends on the individual teacher. I do think some teachers I significantly benefit from and leverage all of their sick leave. I know other teachers don't leverage any of their sick leave. And the answer to this just differs so dramatically depending on the individual teacher, him or herself, his or her family circumstances, and the pressures on a teacher in a given year. You know, there may be a year where a teacher has a death in the family and needs more mental health support than in a year where he or she is not under those same circumstances. So I don't think I'm well positioned to provide a numeric number. I will say one of the things that I do think is notable is that DCPS teachers currently have the opportunity to access mental health days under their current sick leave policies. And I do think it's important to keep in mind that teachers themselves and those closest to the ground are best positioned to determine how to apportion and how to allocate their sick leave. I would not want to be in a position.
So I'm sorry, I just
Of course.
have a limited amount of time.
Please.
So I think we agree. I'm having a hard time getting a clear answer, but I think we agree that at least some teachers need mental health days. I think that's fair to extract from your answer.
I think every teacher needs access to sick leave. And I think
Is that a yes or no, or you don't know?
I think every teacher needs access to sick leave. I don't want to provide an opinion on what kind of sick leave an individual teacher might need. I think it differs depending on his or her circumstances.
All right. I think it's concerning that you seem not to be able to answer the question as to whether or not any teachers need mental health days. How would having mental health days for DCPS employees make DCPS a more attractive or less attractive employer?
Thanks. And I do want to be clear. I believe every single teacher needs access to sick leave. And I believe that every single teacher is in a position where he or she is best positioned to determine how to use that sick leave. So someone with a disability may need that sick leave for a purpose other than a mental health day. And I don't think I'm well positioned to state whether a mental health leave should be prioritized over or under any other type of sick leave that a teacher should need.
How would having mental health days make DCPS a more attractive or less attractive employer?
I'm not sure that it would change the attractiveness of DCPS as an employer
That's
because mental health is already included in DCPS sick leave.
Okay. So, don't think it would necessarily make DCPS a more attractive employer. Have you solicited feedback from teachers on that point?
On this specific point on the attractiveness of whether it would make DCPS a more attractive employer,
Yes.
no.
Okay. How would setting a floor for the number of mental health days hinder negotiations with the teachers union?
I think WTU and DCPS are the best individuals to talk about what would help or hinder negotiations. So
You said that in your testimony, though, so that's where I'm getting this question from.
yes, thank you. And I appreciate that. But I just do want to reiterate that they are better positioned to talk about what would help and hinder negotiations rather than myself. I do think that my understanding, and I've never participated in the DCPS WTU collective bargaining process, is that process benefits when both parties are able to come together and negotiate in good faith. And I think when there is a requirement put in place from a third party, it potentially limits their ability to negotiate because not everything is on the table. They're starting from a certain position where there are non-negotiables.
In opposition to this bill, in your testimony, you said that for mental health or otherwise, this would limit the autonomy of WTU to negotiate on behalf of their members. WTU suggested that it would not hinder them. Your testimony suggested that it would, so I wanted to get clarification. Let me move to the wellness coordinator. There was an argument in your testimony that DCPS should not have mental health days or wellness coordinator because it would be inequitable, I guess, across the sectors with charter schools. How would you recommend moving forward with mental health days and wellness coordinators?
Thank you. And again, I want to be quite clear. I believe that every teacher should have access to sick leave and that sick leave may well include mental health days. The wellness coordinator position is a position that in this current legislation would be provided in 25 schools. There is not specific funding associated with it, so that funding would come from another place, most likely from another school-based position. And I think those decisions about school-based staffing best come from the staff itself. Without a similar provision for charter schools and without funding provided, this functionally becomes an unfunded mandate for DCPS that is not carried over into the charter sector, therefore increasing inequity across our sectors in DC.
Well, how would your answer change if we funded it?
Then I think it would not become an unfunded mandate. Then I think it would become an extra position at DCPS schools that are not equitably provided across sectors. So it would. So my answer, my concerns about cross-sector equity would remain the same, but my concerns about it being an unfunded mandate at DCPS would not be the same.
Okay. So yeah, I'm looking at a system, a public school system, and I think many officials say education is the most important thing we do. We have a very high teacher turnover rate, which I think doesn't help our kids. And the position of the administration is we can't say whether or not teachers need specific mental health days. We don't believe that having mental health days for educators makes us a more attractive employer, and that we're concerned about inequity for creating a teacher wellness, a wellness coordinator in our schools. If I'm a DCPS employee, I'm probably pretty frustrated right now. I'm having a difficult time reconciling the teacher turnover rate, what we hear from teachers in this hearing, what we heard from teachers in surveys, and what we're hearing from the administration here today. I'd be happy to give you an opportunity to respond if you can help me reconcile that.
Thank you so much for the question, Council Member. I really, really appreciate it. And I agree with your opening statement that teachers are critically important. And I believe education is the most important issue that this committee is charged with grappling with. So I appreciate the time and attention and the opportunity to respond. Again, our position on this is quite clear. It's that from OSSE, we are not well positioned to tell any teacher how they should leverage their sick days. There may be teachers who should most appropriately leverage those sick days as mental health days. And there may be teachers with other health issues who should most appropriately leverage their sick leave to deal with those other health issues rather than mental health days. Regarding wellness coordinators, OSSE is in a position where we support educator wellness, and we want our schools to have the capacity to make the staffing decisions that they need in order to coordinate the full range of academic and wellness supports that we know are good for educators and good for students. And those wellness coordinator positions are not something that are precluded under our current schema. At any point in time, if a school has available funding, it could create a wellness coordinator position.
And you know that, and I know that.
I do, but I also know that the bill doesn't provide that funding.
No bill does. The appropriations do.
So I think one of our concerns with the wellness coordinator provision is that it be an unfunded mandate. If, again, consistent with what I shared earlier, if that funding were provided, that that concern would be removed for that wellness coordinator position.
But you still think it would be, we shouldn't do it because it would be inequitable?
I do think that it is important to think about our entire city, not only about DCPS. About our entire educational ecosystem, not only about DCPS.
Okay, so creating a wellness coordinator in DCPS means we're not thinking about the entire education ecosystem.
I think there is an opportunity to think holistically about what every LEA in our city needs. Again,
We should do it for DCPS and charters. Would that address your concern?
That would certainly address the concern related to sector inequality.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Henderson is next. Councilmember Henderson, it's a little bit after 6. You sent me a text about childcare issues. Do you need more than 10 minutes and then you wouldn't have another round after this?
Yes, but in the intervening time of our colleagues asking their questions, I went and picked up a child and came home. So I'm good.
All right, well then 10 minutes and then you have to wait for your last round. The person you picked up is another intern. You have all these interns running around your house?
Yeah, I have 2 interns and they're very demanding. So let me get to my questions so that I can get back to them. Ms. Ross, thank you so much for your testimony. And I appreciate OSSI's openness towards collaboration for this. Obviously, trying to determine how to format or create a student loan repayment program for both sectors that includes individuals who are not DC government employees can be quite complicated. And so we thought about doing this in a variety of different ways. The bill as written, you sort of think big and then you don't want to sort of minimize yourself, but like the bill as written would provide repayment to cover 100% of the educator's loan amount if they're available, eligible. One of the things that you mentioned in your testimony is that it doesn't say if it's a set amount. So for instance, everyone is going to get $250 a month towards their loan repayment. Would that be easier to administer in the executive's opinion, as opposed to having to calculate some sort of percentage?
Thank you so much for this question, Councilmember Henderson, and thank you for your advocacy. I know this bill is an important one, and we are really excited to support it. In terms of the administration of it, I do not want to minimize the significant lift that it would be for OSSI to stand up and operationalize a system like this. And that is why I recommend and I would welcome the opportunity to continue the conversation with council in conjunction with our other DC government sister agencies. The operation of a system like this, in order to do it responsibly and to effectively maximize taxpayer dollars, I think is one that we would want to engage in this conversation with the Office of Tax and Revenue at the table in order to make sure.
So why would we need to bring OTR? Sorry, I only have 8 minutes. Why would we need to bring OTR into this? Because and perhaps let's get some clarity. It is not my intention that we are cutting repayment checks directly to the educators, but in every how every government does their repayment program is that we are making a payment directly to the loan servicer. So why would OTR need to be part of making direct payments to a loan servicer?
OTR is in a position where it is collecting tax and revenue information from individuals who are working in DC and who are residents of DC, including our DC teachers, whereas OSSI is not in this position. So OSSI would be standing up a new enterprise in order to be collecting information from loan servicers and from DC educators and from DC LEAs about employment. This is not OTR is in a position where it already has some, but not all of this information.
OTR has no information about folks' student loan servicers. So they would also be standing it up as well. so that's, I'm saying it feels as though I can appreciate Asi saying we would have to start over, but then you're basically passing the buck to another agency who would also have the exact same thing. Functionally, we're looking for someone who can, I guess, establish a form in PeopleSoft where you're telling, you're providing what your loan servicer, I'm trying to think of what the council asked for. It asks for your loan number, the loan amount, who your servicer is, and that sort of basic information. And then as far as I understand it, it's handled via HR. It's not handled via OTR.
Yes, so OTR does already have some financial information from DC educators by virtue of the fact that they are employees here in DC and paying taxes here in DC.
No, I understand, but this isn't going to an educator's personal bank account. So I just want us to all acknowledge that whoever agency it goes to, they're going to have to start from scratch. You guys are passing it off to OTR, but I'm sure if I asked the CFO if they have the ability to do this, they would also tell me that they would also have to stand this up as well.
That may be correct. We are very interested in making sure that we are efficiently and effectively maximizing taxpayer dollars and would not want to replicate the type of system that a sister agency is already effectively utilizing. Again, this is a conversation that we are happy to continue to engage in with council. We do support this legislation, the spirit of this legislation, and we do think it is critically important and a really exciting step for DC to be taking at a time when the federal loan environment is so dynamic.
Okay. Approximately, based on the definition of educator, do you have an idea of how many individuals we're talking about here? Possibly
educators in DC?
Yes.
We have about 13,700.
Okay, so that includes paraprofessionals or only?
Correct. That
Okay,
includes all DC educators.
13,000.
It would include our school leaders, our paraprofessionals, all of our classroom teachers, all of our school service providers.
Okay. Have you all had conversations with any of your other state education counterparts or other government agencies who already do this?
We have had internal conversations with, as I think this body knows, there is some work that we do that we have done under our ESSER funds, our federal stimulus funds, to provide stipends to educators who complete certain critically important professional learning. And so we have done significant work with our sister agencies in order to stand up that process. And we have some knowledge of what that process could look like in a different format for a smaller subset of educators.
Okay. I'm just curious in terms of asking literally other state education agencies, what have they experienced as pitfalls of trying to stand up a local or a state version of essentially the public service loan forgiveness program?
It's a great question. We haven't had that conversation with our fellow states yet.
Okay. Is that something that you all would be willing to engage in, just to have, it would just
absolutely
like interested to know, hey, this worked for us or this didn't work for us?
Absolutely. We'd be happy to facilitate those conversations.
Okay. So one of the intentions of the bill was to focus on teachers that have the greatest need. Obviously, we heard from some public testimony that, they wanted to see the income threshold rise. Does Asi have any thoughts about that?
We think that particularly for individuals who are married filing jointly, the income threshold is likely too low. It's right now in current legislation, only about the current draft of the legislation, only about $20,000 higher than the filing individual income threshold.
Okay.
I do think that this is an area where we've heard a couple of different numbers thrown around today from public witnesses. As this body knows, because we did it with the significant investment from this body, I provided significant funds to raise teacher salaries last year, and the DCPS contract also included a significant compensation increase for teachers. So I do think this is an area where we'd want to do a bit more investigation and ensure that we are setting the income threshold appropriately so that our educators have an opportunity to fully benefit, to maximize the benefit, and also so that there's not a penalty for educators for married filing jointly.
Okay. What if we said no income threshold for eligibility?
I think no income threshold for eligibility would put all of our educators in a position where, you know, they have an opportunity to significantly benefit. I do think it potentially risks spreading funds more thinly and providing funds to individuals who may not be as reliant on them in order to in order to be making ends meet. And I think it potentially reduces if there is a smaller dollar amount that is awarded to educators that are earning less, then potentially it makes this program less attractive for those more novice educators earlier in their career.
Okay. I'm just sort of trying to think through the fact of, like, we do have some educators who go back to school for an additional degree or an additional credential. None of those are free. And so it's something sort of we are trying to think through what is the best way to do that. I appreciate your willingness to be a partner, Asi, and sort of talking through some of these particular issues. Mr. Chairman, I hope that your staff would be willing to work with mine as we continue to refine on this legislative proposal. I think it is incredibly important in the same way that I think that, another bill that I introduced that is not in your committee, but another bill that I introduced that would provide more consumer protections around student loans, especially as we're getting into this new environment of people finally having to be repay. I think the two together can truly help alleviate some of the financial burden that many of our educators are facing today. But I appreciate you holding this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Following up on that, Ms. Ross, you said 13,700. That's 13,700 educators, including paraprofessionals, or 13,700 who have loans?
Oh, that is the full total number of educators in DC. And I will say these are data from the 22-23 school year.
In DC, but that's not private schools. That's charter and
Correct.
DCPS.
Correct.
So do you have a sense of how many have loans?
No, I don't have those data on
Do
the
you
top
have a
of my
sense of
hand.
the fiscal impact of this bill?
No, I don't have that information.
Okay. In your statement, you said that this student loan repayment program would create a powerful teacher recruitment and retention incentive in the district.
Yes, I believe that it would.
Based on what evidence?
Based on the significant student loan burden that many individuals assume when they are pursuing higher education, both in the district and in the country.
To the extent, though, that we see exit surveys, that was a previous round of questions. To what extent do we see student loans, loan burden being a reason why teachers are leaving?
That's a great question. I don't have an immediate answer to that.
Okay. I do have a couple of follow-up questions on, I really hesitate to go back to exit surveys, but I'm going to. Why would asking OSSI to direct an exit survey to all LEAs be any different than other data requests that you make of LEAs?
OSSI is in a position where we oversee the actual data collection. So we are actually working hand in hand with the LEAs to ensure that the data are timely and accurately submitted in our systems. Again, those data collections that we oversee on the educator side are quantitative data collections, and they put OSSI in a position where we have those quantitative data, then can analyze them, summarize them, and present them to the public in a variety of different formats, raw data files, reports, things like this. The proposal on the table would to request that OSSI request that LEAs implement a data collection and survey puts OSSI in a position where if we are not actually overseeing the data collection, we're not actually the individuals in charge of receiving the data, then it creates some sunshine in our ability. Of course, we can monitor, of course, we can follow up, but we are not actually the entity collecting data. So we're acting as more of a third party rather than on the front lines doing the data collection.
Regarding flexible scheduling, do you know how many schools are in the DCPS flexible scheduling pilot?
That's a question that's best addressed to DCPS. I understand based on my conversations with them that they are moving forward with that work, and I believe they will have more updates to share potentially as soon as next week.
Why next week? Because we have a hearing next week?
Correct.
So OSSI likes the student loan repayment assistance bill and is not as enthusiastic about the Educator Retention for Student Success Act. Since the exit surveys, which are part of this, are best left to the LEAs, not OSSI, that you're already doing the grant for the flexible scheduling, so it's not needed in this legislation. The 2 mental health days to full-time educators, you think is already covered by the WTU contract. And I'm not quite clear about the charter sector. As in, it's not in the WTU, doesn't represent the charter sector.
That's correct. Potentially, I misread the legislation. I did not read those provisions as applying to the charter sector in the legislation.
No, they may not. And the wellness coordinator, the issue there is you question whether it's the most effective path to helping with teachers.
OSSI has concerns about the extent to which this would be funded. I appreciated the questions from Councilmember White on this and his indication that it could potentially be funded. OSSI also has concerns about the extent to which it would be applied only to one sector, and if it was unfunded, exist as an unfunded mandate for that sector for DCPS. Additionally, OSSI does want to note that any school with available funding could elect to do a wellness coordinator. There is no preclusion from implementing this type of role.
And then regarding the paraprofessional. So if I remember correctly, what the bill does is it would set up a task force. But much of your testimony speaks to programs already in existence: Grow Your Own, Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program, DC Futures Program, as if to say, we have pathways to deal with compensation. Is that a fair way of reading that?
In my testimony, I tried to highlight the work that we're actively engaged in with our current paraprofessionals, and much of that work is designed in order to ensure that we have strong pipelines into the professions. In thinking about teacher incentives more broadly, I think it's quite important to think not only about our current teacher workforce, but also about who we are attracting into the profession. And that's what those 3 programs are designed to do.
But that seems to me as a sort of a mismatch. So the issue is many people believe paraprofessionals are underpaid. And I believe the president of the union local testified to that as well. The bill sets up a task force. Instead of addressing the task force, your testimony talks about programs that actually get paraprofessionals out of being paraprofessionals and into being teachers, which I think is great. If a paraprofessional wants to grow and become a teacher, great. But that doesn't address the compensation for the paraprofessional.
Thank you. And I am happy to talk more deeply about the paraprofessional task force. Again, as I stated in my testimony, and as I believe I reiterated in response to questions, but I'm happy to state again, if asked, OSSI would responsibly convene this task force. We do have some experience in responsibly convening task forces, and it's something that we've benefited significantly from in terms of having a routine and regular format to hear from interested and engaged individuals. One key distinction that I think it is quite important to note regarding the paraprofessional task force that was not present with the early literacy education task force that we recently concluded, or with the early educator task force, is that paraprofessionals are unionized. And I do worry about a chilling effect that could happen as part of those conversations. Those conversations would potentially be less fruitful, less fulsome, because anything that the task force decided would then have to go through the collective bargaining process before it could be picked up and leveraged. And that is different from, for example, the work that we did with the early childhood educator pay equity task force and the work that we just did with the literacy education task force.
But Mr. Alston, the union local president, didn't seem to have that concern at all.
Yes, and I completely defer to the union on their concerns.
Do you collect data on paraprofessional retention?
We do collect data on paraprofessionals. We have not collected data on paraprofessional retention. We do have some data on the extent to which paraprofessionals move into other roles in the sector. For example, paraprofessionals move into teaching roles, things like this.
Do you have any data on comparative data with other jurisdictions on paraprofessional pay?
We don't actually, and our data comparisons with other jurisdictions are actually quite challenging because DC is one of a handful of jurisdictions that publishes robust educator workforce data about our educator workforce. National reports continually cite our data collection and reporting as among the strongest in the country, which makes data collections across states and across cities quite challenging. Or data comparisons, I should say.
Just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Ross. Let me see. We're losing members right and left. Councilmember White, do you have any additional questions?
Just a few, Chairman. You actually touched on some of the things I was going to raise in this round. So Ms. Ross, what's the timeline for negotiation for the next collective bargaining agreement with paraprofessionals?
Thank you, Council Member. That's a question better directed towards the union and towards DCPS.
Okay, OSSI isn't involved in that?
OSSI is not a party to those negotiations, correct?
Okay. I think this is my last question on the mental health days and the discussion around sick leave. Do all schools allow educators to use sick days for mental health days?
That's an excellent question. I haven't evaluated the teacher leave policies at all DC LEAs, so I do not have an answer on that. I do know that DCPS is able to use sick days for mental health days.
The last thing I was gonna engage on was the paraprofessional recommendation in your reference to the Grow Your Own program in response to it. But I think you and the chairman covered that. So I'm not going to be redundant there. The only thing I would note is that the recommendations for paraprofessionals are only recommendations. They wouldn't be binding. But I think you said you would defer to the union on that anyhow. So I don't have any more questions, Jim. Ms. Ross, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Councilmember White. That's going to conclude the questioning for this hearing.
Thank you.
I want to thank you. I also want to thank all of the witnesses who took time to testify today. And as I noted at the beginning, the record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023. And the time is 6:31 PM and this hearing is adjourned.